Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. Oh, gotta make sure that I activate kick as well. Almost forgot to do that. That would have been funny in a embarrassing way. Well, welcome to the pre-release Destiny Rising stream that I am going to be hosting. I am here to answer any and all questions that you have about the game, as well as anything else you might want to know that I might be able to answer. Also, here to chat, and as a announcement to everybody who is currently watching, you should be pre-downloading your games. It is available on all platforms for pre-download. Let me just turn on streamer mode on Discord real quick. There we go. Is it possible to play Destiny Rising free to play? It is possible to play Destiny Rising free to play, and I will be making as many guides as I can to support both free to players, or both free to play players and low spenders. But as somebody who played pretty much free to play almost entirely through the beta, even though I bought the Lumia Leaf Pass immediately, I didn't really use any of the characters that I gained from the gacha, as I played Wolf almost exclusively. So from that alone, I can definitely tell you that free-to-play is entirely viable in this game. Also, what to play on PC, I actually have something for you right here. If you go to the official website on Destiny Rising, you can see a big button right here that says Play on PC. It gives you nice little instructions right here. How to install and play on Moo Player. Click the play button and download the file. Click on the downloaded file to begin the installation process, and once it's completed, Destiny Rising will automatically launch. So the developers of this game and NetEase have really made it as easy as possible to play this, even though there isn't a PC client. So again, just go to the official website. Nice, real big button right there. It's easy and it's free. While I'm waiting for my pre-download and waiting for the game to come out, I think it'll be a good idea to play some Go Ghost Go, because I can get some in-game rewards for this. No problem. I'm here to help, so yeah, here to help. So any questions that you have, I will answer to the best of my ability. Did that a little bit too early. I got a bit too focused on talking. Let's see, can I get downloaded or start downloading the other resources next? What are my polling plans and who am I hoping for? Well, my polling plans, I am planning on making content for the game, so I will likely be polling for every single unit. However, if you're asking me for poll recommendations, I would say unless you are really into Gwyn and her playstyle, she is not an extremely high value character to pursue at the start of the game. Chat box was going a bit off. There we go. As it comes to Stella, the second character who will be getting in the Destiny Rising launch, or at least the second banner, I don't know exactly how good she would be or could be. I didn't get to test her nearly as much. I'd say she's probably on a similar power level to Gwyn. However, she also doesn't have another character who can do the same kind of role that Gwyn accomplishes. I'd say if there is one unit that you should definitely save for, it is Estella. At least if you are interested in her playstyle, because Estella is definitely an extremely good unit. as for characters that I'm hoping for in the future, I would definitely love to see some kind of like Arc Summoner class, like some guy who can use Arc Souls and Ionic Sentry and maybe throw out a Chaos Reach because he can. And I would also absolutely love to see a Dawnbreak, Daybreak Warlock, Dawnblade, floating in the air, can shoot in the air, and gets buffs for shooting in the air and strafing in the air, and has the Dawnblade Super or something similar to the Dawnblade Super. Yep, happy pre-download day, everybody. I think I'm going to... Let's see. Actually, the game audio is coming out. I'm gonna disable the game capture for a second to make sure that I don't, like, dox my account details. Is this the... Let's see. Alright, there we go. I'm linked to my Discord, so I'm going to use that to log into the game. Yep, I am on emulator. I'm using the Moo Player emulator. That is the recommended emulator, or the emulator that I recommend, and it's also the emulator that the devs of the game recommend. Imagine if they make Zavala and Cade 6 playable in this game. That would be cool. I agree. That would be really, really cool. I would also love to see characters that we didn't get to see in Destiny 2 who maybe either died in the past or just didn't really appear. Now, we could see Andal Brask, the previous Hunter Vanguard from Cade. Getting my password. Is that the password I used for this? I've got a lot of passwords. Alright, yep, that one worked. Authorize. If they put Cade 6 in this game, I wail, period. He's my favorite in the Destiny universe. That's probably what they're going for, honestly. But yeah, there are a lot of characters that they could pull from anywhere and everywhere in the Destiny franchise, and I'm sure there would be so many people who would literally just throw money if they added Anna Bray as a playable unit. Or like, I don't know, Shin Malphur. That would be pretty hype. Let's get some more scoring. Go, Ghost, go. You want to see Asher Mir? Yeah, I remember Asher Mir. Honestly, Asher Mir was one of my favorite characters from the launch of Destiny 2. I know he got on some people's nerves, but I found him very endearing. There's actually a character similar to Asher Mir in Destiny Rising, not necessarily like similar in the way he was with the Vex, but similar in kind of like personality. Though he's not a Guardian. He's just a researcher. Based on my experience in the beta, what are the most valuable purchases? I would say the Battle Pass is probably going to be about on par with the Lumia Leaf Pass, the monthly subscription. It's a little bit hard to get. I'd probably say the Battle Pass a bit more. Like, the Battle Pass would just barely edge it out. Then would be the monthly, and then it would be other bundles like the Heroes Vault bundle or the Founders subscription. And then going further, there would be like some small things, like there's a $1 pack that would give you a Stella and some draws and other stuff. And from the Chinese beta, there was a pack that gave some Pinnacle energy and some keys that was also pretty cheap, like the Estella one. So that could be another thing. And beyond that, it's pretty much just like the Journey bundles and any other kind of stuff. There's a lot. I'm definitely going to have to make a video going over all of the purchases and which ones are the highest priority. How much for the Battle Pass and the Monthly Pass? Both of them are $5. The Battle Pass will last the entire season, so that would be 2 months, as the developers has stated. And the Monthly Pass would last 1 month. So, if you're going by a month-by-month basis, the Battle Pass would be about $2.50 per month, because you would only have to buy it every 2 months, and the Monthly Pass would be another $5 on top of that. So if you want to buy both, it would be $7.50 per month. Alright. Anything that's giving me Pinnacle Energy and keys I want, even though they did fix the Pinnacle Energy issue? Yeah. Just anything that gives you some more resources while still being like a decent price will always be a good purchase if you are willing to spend. And thankfully, there are a lot of really, really nice low spender options. I have historically been a low spender when it comes to games of this type, and I don't really plan on changing that. I mean, I'm probably going to have to spend some extra money just to make sure that I guarantee all the units. I don't think I'll have that much trouble, but, you know, something could happen, and being able to cover the content, it matters a lot more than just having some pride in the fact that I didn't buy silver. Is Season 1 starting on September 1st or mid-September? It will start... It started decently early into the beta. I think it was like the second week of the beta that it started, so it would probably be around like the earlier to mid-September. Of course, the timelines could change. They might have accelerated it a bit more to get people into the seasonal content sooner because the beta only lasted 3 weeks. Just want to know that... Let me pause real quick. You've been doing an amazing job with all the videos and keeping people up to date as a content creator. Good job, well done. Thank you very much. It's really nice to hear that. I have been putting a lot of work to make sure that I'm getting accurate and up-to-date information, even when I have to dig into some more difficult places like scouring through Bilibili and translating from Chinese. It's definitely been a lot of work, and I have been a lot more... What's the word? I've been a lot more active with that kind of stuff than I've seen a lot of other content creators. Any thoughts on Stella? Felt a bit underwhelming, but her kit was fun. Yeah, I would probably agree with that. She definitely felt underwhelming at first. I mean, not like... She didn't feel weak, but she didn't... Nothing in her kit really stood out to me as, like, this is something special and this is something that would make a super meta character. Though, obviously, if she just has, like, really, really cracked and consistent damage, that would probably be good enough for her. I would not suggest writing any words like that in the Destiny Rising chat. Either in any of the servers or on the game. That will probably get you either warned or banned. Besides pulling characters, what do you want to get from pulling? Well, there are going to be cosmetics that we can earn from pulling as well, so I would definitely like to get some of those. I was one of the Bright Dust farmers in Destiny 2 when I played. I was very much about getting all of those funny little cosmetics and ornaments. And Bungie nerfed me like 3 times, so I wasn't happy when those changes happened every single time. But it'll be nice to know that I will get more opportunities for cosmetics in this game, even though it's completely free to play. But aside from the cosmetics and the units, I mean, they're gonna be giving us like some very, very minor resources like some of the tufts, but you're gonna get plenty of those from gameplay as well, so that's not really much of an issue. I'm pretty satisfied with the new polling system, honestly, with all the additions and changes, especially adding all of the decals into that, because I would very, very much like having a whole bunch of those decals over getting like 1K glimmer. Will all my streams be listed on the channel? You're hoping that you can... Yep, all of these stream VODs will be on the channel, and I will also likely be cutting up future streams into smaller segments to upload as well. So you will be able to watch all of them at a later date. All right. You say you want to test how bad the censoring will be because your friends, especially D2 ones, love some good old slur. I mean, you might just want to stick to Discord chat for that. Like your own personal Discord chats. Definitely don't be saying them to other people, okay? Because that's not good at all. I mean, like, if it's just you two saying it to each other and you're all cool with that, like, go ahead. But I wouldn't chance it, especially in this day and age. They mentioned new secret cosmetic. Yeah, they mentioned there's going to be a new ornament set coming to Destiny Rising in the first season. So I don't know exactly how intricate they're going to get with it, because if you've seen cosmetics in other gacha games, they can get real crazy when it comes to those kind of skins. So, I mean, I'm kind of inclined to believe it would be more on like the crazy and impressive side with like some very special effects, considering they went ahead and teased that and made that as something to look forward to. So, yeah. Also, what is the units to look out for as a low spender or free to play? So, the nice thing about this game is, so we did a whole bunch of calculations with like pull currency and how much you can expect to gain. And as a low spender, it is very likely that you would be able to get every, if not every single limited unit in the game, so long as you're getting the monthly sub and the battle pass, as well as playing consistently, doing your dailies, and getting triumph rewards. If you hit like max pity every single time, you probably won't be able to, but if you are generally hitting around like 40 or 50 or lower, then you will definitely be able to get every single unit as a free-to-play or low spender. Well, maybe not a free-to-play, but definitely a low spender. And units to look out for specifically, I mean, Wolf is obviously one. I mean, you get him guaranteed. You get all of his copies guaranteed. He gets a guaranteed exotic. He is... Now, I will say, again, that Wolf is difficult to play. So, if that's not your style, you may want to look for a different unit. But it's very good because there's a lot of units that are viable to play, especially at low investment. All right, let's see. I lost my place in the chat. You wonder what secret cosmetic could be. I was thinking it's going to be a late summer skin for Gwyn. I mean, that is definitely possible. What mystic character do you hope to get in the first 30 polls? I am hoping to get either Yolder or Tantu. Now, I dogged on Ningfei a lot in the beta. However, he got a new exotic, and that might be enough to push him to being in the stronger category. Probably not like S tier like Tantu and Yolder would be, but definitely not lower than where a character like Xuan Wei would be. At least with the given exotic that he would be getting. How much is gatekeeping on Master Key? So you'll get 2 Master Keys per week for free. And beyond that, there have been Master Keys in bundles. And in both betas, Master Keys were available to purchase once per week for 200 Lumia leaves. And twice more per week with silver. So I don't really like the regularly purchasable keys, but I mean I can live with them. Let's see. When you were looking through Billy, did you notice any other characters that had their weapons changed, like how Caber did in the beta? No characters have had their weapons changed since the North American beta. So you probably won't have to worry or anticipate that. Though there might be a change in Maru's weapon because we didn't see her in the beta. She only appeared in the alpha. So that is one potential character that could get their weapons changed. The fact that we're getting 200 free pulls with 1,200 leaves is crazy. Yeah, honestly, it is kind of nice. However, I will say you definitely do not want to spend those 200 pulls immediately. You are going to want to save some. So if you are satisfied with the amount of characters that you have, definitely save your pulls. How many hours until release? It looks like it would be about a little bit more than 25 hours until the game officially releases in North America. It will be releasing technically earlier in other regions. However, then you would have to deal with server latency, and we do not know if account progress would transfer over between servers. So I would still recommend holding off on making your account until the North American release or your particular regional release in order to make sure that you don't lose any progress. What's up with the number one on the leaderboard of Go Ghost Go bug? What am I missing? That I mean, I can check the leaderboard right now. Yes, that's not a bug. That's literally it's Rasputin, the AI Warmind from the Destiny lore. Most of these characters are from the Destiny lore or from the game themselves. Uh, I mean, Rasputin just, I guess he just really, really likes Go Ghost Go, honestly. Best way to farm Bon Voyage charms? Well, the best way to farm Bon Voyage charms is to play everything, do every single activity, grind all the rep, do your dailies every single day, and to complete as many triumphs as you can. That is just how to get all the Lumia leaves you can. You pretty much everything you do aside from just spending pinnacle energy and I don't know, running around in patrol will get you some kind of Lumia leaves. But it is a limited resource. You remember Gwen having an SMG shotgun? She originally had an SMG in the alpha, I believe, and she was given sidearms because they added the sidearms in the beta. Also, are launch rewards limited to the first week or will they stay permanently? We don't know if they will stay permanently, but they will probably stay for quite a while. All right. Let's see. I'm going to have to get faster at reading through this. Oh, yeah. You wonder why they changed? Well, the reason is because they just added new weapons and they needed characters to have the weapons. And there were already several units in the game who use SMGs. It would seem a little bit weird to have 3 of the limited characters just all be wielding SMGs. And would make things less interesting. You see, hell nah on Gwen's summer bikini, please no. I mean, if people want it, they're gonna get it. You're not sure if Yolder had a skill in her tree that allowed her to heal her allies. You can't remember, but you felt like that was the thing. Well, I'm not sure about healing her allies, but she definitely had a skill that would give allies overshield. So you might be thinking of that. Your top picks for characters that you want are Yolder and Ning. All right. Well, I really hope that you get them. Ning was already busted in the beta. I can see him being played a lot more because of the changes. Definitely, I really, really hope that the exotic that he's getting will help him a lot in terms of his overall viability. Do you think the nerfs will to Wolf will bring him down from S tier? I do not think that the nerfs that he receives were substantial enough to really bring him down from S tier, because a lot of his kit's strength is from the fact that he is extremely splashable. He can be used in almost every single piece of content, and the only real thing that he was decently outclassed in by other characters was like sustained DPS. So outside of that scenario, he is almost definitely going to be or continue to be a top tier. Especially because of how limited a lot of the resources are going to be early on. Having a character that can do a lot compared to having a character that can do a little, but maybe can do that little bit a lot better than Wolf can, will be a lot more valuable because of the way the game will play. Which character will cause the most explosion? You are looking for Ikora. She has a grenade launcher, she has a rocket launcher, she has a Nova Bomb, and she has a weapon mastery that spawns little secret bombs whenever she hits people with abilities and then hits them with her weapons. So you are looking for Ikora Ray. Waiting for Umeko. Yep, aren't we all? What are my plans on vids for the game? Are you going to be more endgame completion guides, or you going to try hit a bit of everything? I'm going to try and hit everything. I'm going to like give guides for like smart purchases, what content that you should be going for, what characters are good, if you should pull for a unit. And I'll also be doing gameplay showcases and like showing off the campaign, showing off like the end games, and especially covering every single end game reset, because it will be different and there will be different strategies and characters that will be good for them. What do I think about the PvP? I think that the PvP was fun and really, really chaotic. The best thing that I can compare it to is around like the release Forsaken, where just everything was kind of really, really busted. You had people with Nova Warp just Nova Warping it. They were like throwing out grenades, one-shotting people at close range. You had Spectral Blades being Spectral Blades, you know, like slide shotting with Chaperone, going invisible, getting wall hacks. You had One Eye Mask Titans just winning for free. Unnerfed Apes of Spades. It's kind of like that, honestly. So, if you were enjoying that kind of chaos back in Forsaken, definitely give it a shot. To be honest, you would like to see a change or a Mario weapon change, because Double Grenade was okay, but it wasn't optimal. So maybe from her primary can have an auto rifle with her second maybe being grenade launcher. Yep, I could definitely see that happening. I mean, having two Void Warlocks who, or I think Mario was Warlock. She might have been the type, but having two Void characters who use a grenade launcher primary and then an explosive heavy, that would be a little bit repetitive. Yep, Go Ghost Go is fire. Definitely play this game, get your score up so you can get the in-game rewards for launch. Alfonso says, thank you, you're welcome. Is the grind going to be like Genshin Impact and some kind of way? It's definitely going to be better than Genshin. I can say that for certain, because Genshin, you are locked to like certain days of the week in order to get certain materials for characters, and each region and each character has their own like exclusive materials. You do not have to worry about that. The amount of resource types that you'll have to go on from character to character is very, very limited. The most you'll have to worry about is getting some different elemental like fruits and elemental tufts for different units, but that's pretty much just the worst of it. How to F pulled pork be gaming? He shredded. Pulled pork is a ghost from the lore in Destiny. He was actually mentioned in one lore card, and that was actually the ghost that people speculated revived Crow. However, it was then revealed later that the ghost's name that revived Crow was Glint. So he's just a ghost that we haven't seen yet. Who's ready for that first week raid emblem drop? I am ready for that first week raid emblem drop. And I'm also ready for the first week hard mode raid emblem drop. That was honestly a really big surprise. I was not expecting them to bring a hard mode raid into Destiny Rising, especially during like this first season. I am super excited for that, and I'm going to be pushing my account for that and everyone else I play with. Hello, Final Warning. I hope you are terrorizing people in the Crucible. Most excited weapons to play with. I am excited to get my hands on the Satya Luxing grenade launcher again. That thing was my bread and butter. It was my thing. I love that gun. I love just blasting super grenades and watching everything blow up because it's got like 20-meter blast radius. Beyond that, I definitely want to try out the new auto crossbow for Ningfei. That definitely looks really interesting. And I'm also excited to try out the different new exotics that they had as well, because I didn't really try out the old prefect when I played. I definitely want to this time around. Also, the Octant Riot shotgun. I am really curious to see how that one functions. All right, by the way, in how much time they be bringing Cade, because he on Go-Go's leaderboard and is probably releasing alongside Ace of Spade. I imagine they're probably going to wait a little bit to bring in Cade 6, because obviously when it comes to like the most sought after units, they're going to want to give some people some time to get more acclimated with the game and to build up hype for them. So I could see him being an anniversary unit, like after the first year, they bring in like Cade 6, they add Ace of Spades, maybe they add Gallarhorn. We don't know. Yep. Wait, Tolan and Cade and Felwinter are playable characters seized? Pretty much every single character that we know of from the past in Destiny lore can and likely will have an opportunity to appear in Destiny Rising. But yeah, Toland, Cade, Osiris, Felwinter, all of them have appeared here. They've also teased Rasputin. This is a little bit of a spoiler, just a very minor spoiler, but Crota does also appear briefly in the campaign of Destiny Rising. So we will be going to the moon, and we don't know if the moon will be haunted. Let's see. Oh yeah, Cade, and he's sixth place. That's actually a funny detail. I didn't notice that first. He's sixth place, and yeah, that's a neat touch. Okay, does legendary campaign give gear / exotics upon completion, a la Destiny 2? So the legendary campaign in Destiny Rising is a lot closer to the heroic story missions in the game's past, where it's a story mission that you get to replay through on a higher difficulty that has extra modifiers and more difficult enemies. And you will be given, or it will be the main source of exotic materials for Destiny Rising. Let's see. Was there an alpha emblem? The alpha and the beta emblem are both the same. So if you participated in either or both, it's the same emblem, and so long as you have your account linked from then, you will get it in the game starting tomorrow. All right, the best exotic currently in season 1. I would probably say what's most likely to be the best exotic starting out is going to be Izanagi's Burden. That thing just deals so much damage. I mean, it's just Izanagi's Burden. If you ever played with that gun during its prime, you know the kind of stuff it got up to. But if I had to make a bet on what it would definitely be Izzy's. Second best, if the Satya Elixir grenade launcher was entirely unchanged, that would definitely be second best. Do we have to spend real money to create a clan? Nope. You will not have to spend real money to create a clan. The only money that you will spend on this game will be for cosmetics, for character draws, and to progress in your material gain a bit faster. So you do not have to worry about spending money to create a clan. Horde PRG says that he is Ning Fei. Hello, Ning Fei. All right, let's check Discord, see if there's any questions being asked here. All right, doesn't look like. Yeah, it's not roleplay. You playing as Ching Hei. Is this game free to play? Yes, the game is entirely free to play. Every single update will be entirely free. There are in app purchases. However, you will not be paywalled out of any campaigns, story missions, so on and so forth. All right. Let's see. There's a little bit of a lull, so I'm going to check some notifications. All right. What will be the benefit of joining or creating a clan besides helping out each other? There are clan only rewards, and they will include some mythic shards as well as I believe there is implacitor clusters, so exotic materials you get from participating in a clan on a monthly basis. Black market coins, which are used in the endgame shop, and more. Like there could be even more, and you also need to be in a clan in order to access the practice range. And there is also other miscellaneous materials that you will gain from participating in clan activities. So there are a lot of benefits for participating in and joining a clan. It says, yo, your channel looking like the most informative one so far the game. We'll be watching every vid. Thank you very much. Yep. Definitely stick around. I will be uploading on a daily basis and maybe even multiple times a day, and I'll be covering everything that there is to know about the game and around the game. How's the PvP on mobile compared to PC? Well, the mobile device will give you some extra aim assist, and I'd say you're probably on like pretty even ground if you like use a claw grip. If you're just using your thumbs, like you'll probably be a little bit worse, but like sweating on mobile will probably be the same thing as sweating on PC in terms of like your total lethality. Is there a clan engram quest in a clan? Um, I don't think that there's a clan engram quest, but you do get a clan shop where you can spend tokens that you gain from participating in clan activities in order to get upgrade materials for your weapons and your characters. And you will also get, again, mythic shards, which will help you in gaining more mythic weapons. Apex iPad finger sweats. Yep, that's what I was referring to. In terms of character progression, is there a wall that a free to play will struggle to go through than spenders? So, in terms of like the end game grind, I'd say free to play and low spenders are probably going to be in that same kind of bubble where they're going to be like, hitting that end game and slowing down a good bit and having to be choosy with what characters they invest in. And when it comes to like beyond that, and it's just whales, like obviously it doesn't even really matter. They're just gonna have infinite resources because they blow like $1,000 on the game a month or week. So But it's not like this insurmountable uh passage. It will just take like maybe a couple weeks more to get your character, or maybe not even that, maybe only just one extra week to bring your characters from pre-end game to end game viable, and then further upgrades to make them more and more powerful. You can't hate these games being allowed on iPad for this reason. I mean, it really depends. Honestly, I would much rather have these games be available on mobile since they can be, because honestly, I've been playing, or not necessarily, but whenever I've been out on like a trip or out for something, like I'm at my job and I'm taking a break, having the game be available on my phone to play, even if I'm just doing my daily objectives, is really, really nice because I can get that out of the way without having to worry about, when I'm getting home and how much time I'll have at home. Which currency do you use on the limited banners besides the LE Bon Voyage or Bon Voyage? There are, so you can transfer Lumia leaves to the Bon Voyage charms at a rate of 180 Lumia leaves per charm, but that is the only currency that you'll be using for the draws. To unlock clans, you have to reach a certain point in story mode. Yes, you do. You have to get through the prologue and I believe a little bit of the Jiangxi Metro story before you gain access to the wolf packs and clans. Battle Pass available in this game. Yes, a Battle Pass is available in this game for extra resources and an exclusive exotic weapon. Alfonso says he'll still sweat against the whale, and that's the way to do it. I am going to be whale hunting just like you. Man, I've been talking a while. I'm definitely gonna have to rehydrate. I put out a tips and tricks video for Destiny Rising. Pro tip: stay hydrated. Okay, you will not nearly be as well performing in anything if you are not hydrated, if you haven't drunk enough water. Wesker says that Alfonso will be dead from 20 meters plus with a full upgrade Satya Elixir grenade launcher. Well, the funny thing about that, because that scenario would only happen in PvP, getting killed by that, the weapon and character upgrades are actually disabled in PvP. So there is no pay to win in PvP at all. So long as you have the unit and you have the weapon, you'll be on an even playing field with everybody. Seju or Seijo asks pay to win. I'd say the game is definitely closer to pay for progress than pay to win. It definitely depends on your definition of pay to win. However, I will say that the advantages that you get from paying will not like overshadow your skill in the game. Skill and knowledge is like this. Uh like money you spend is like this, and it just gets lower and lower the more the game progresses, because the more time that passes, that's more resources that everybody has, that's more events that have occurred. You can think of it like money being countertop space in a kitchen, and your skills and knowledge being the ingredients and the tools that you use. So excited to play. I'm getting everything that I need today because the next 3 days you are locked in. Yep, I have completely cleared my schedule for this entire launch weekend. and I'm going to have the house mostly to myself, so that is really, really nice. Beta player advantage, yup, and I am not ashamed at all. I am going to be exploiting as much knowledge from the beta as possible, and because I have all this knowledge from the beta and pre-release, I will be the first to cover anything and everything about this very early period. So if you want to be on the ball just as much as I am, be sure to stay tuned and subscribe for more videos and more streams. All right. Alfonso says, good thing he's a run and gunner hunter, GL. No upgrade working in PvP. How's an honest whale gonna flex? Well, how's an honest whale gonna flex? I guess you're just gonna have to be good at the game. I mean, you can buy the super expensive skins. You can buy the nice cosmetics. I say super expensive, but the skins were honestly pretty affordable. And I mean, if you really, really want, you can just max out your power level early and hold a position on the power leaderboards for a bit. How long is the story? So, in the betas, the story was time gated a bit for character progression. We completed the Jiangxi Metro story within a few days, and beyond that, it was the Red Sea Rift, which we completed around, I forget exactly when. Let me check my channel real quick because I uploaded that video. Okay, so we got through like all of the campaign content in like a week, or a bit more than a week. So you won't have to worry too much. When it comes to the actual time spent in it, you're probably looking at around like maybe 5 to maybe 8 hours total, maybe less. I might be overestimating some things. There is no official PC client. However, I will say the Moo Player emulator feels just like a PC client, okay? I honestly have not had any observable difference in performance or quality versus other games that are multi-platform, have their own dedicated PC and mobile clients. One Winglet Angel says, "Hey Virus, love the Q&A stream. Do you think that they will time lock us like they did in the alpha and beta when it came to completing the story?" I think that they probably will stick with that. I'm not entirely sure. They might not, because the time gating might have been just so that they can get more targeted feedback for certain things in the beta. But I'm inclined to believe that things we didn't see change probably won't change. Will they be adding more story every single update? I'm not sure about every single monthly update. However, they will almost definitely be adding new story every single seasonal update. We will have to wait and see the further roadmaps, but they will be adding more story in the future. Now, if any of you drink Gamer Subs, this flavor right here, Smitty's Good, definitely one of the best flavors. Okay, if you're looking for a new tub, pick that one up. Not sponsored. I want to be though. They could just probably sponsor me by sending me just more tubs of Gamer Subs. I don't have a caffeine addiction, but I'm trying to get one. How long do I think it'll be till the next raid? I do not think it'll be very long. They were already teasing it in the end of the beta, and will likely be teasing it at this launch period, I'd imagine it will probably come either in the monthly update or the next seasonal update. Of course, the timeframes, the timeframes could be longer than that. Is the story here the friendship relationship like normal gacha slup, or is it more solo story, not centered around other characters? It is definitely a lot more like Destiny when it comes to its storytelling, at least in the main campaigns. When it comes to the character specific quests, you don't have to worry about any kind of like friends not or friend boyfriend not boyfriend stuff. It is it's very very Destiny like in terms of the story progression. And when it comes to the character specific quests, you will actually have certain missions where you play as the character and Wolf is completely absent. So characters do exist outside of around Wolf. Alfonso says caffeine is awesome. I agree. Caffeine is awesome. I love caffeine. If they go the route of Diablo Immortal, they did major updates every 1 to 2 months and smaller updates every 2 weeks or so, with major ones being new story, new modes, and stuff like that. Yep, I imagine it will probably be something similar to that vein. Does the game support 120 FPS? Well, they announced on their official X account that the game would support up to 90 FPS on select mobile devices. However, on the Mumu player right here, there is a settings. If we go to device settings right here and display, we can push maximum FPS all the way up to 240. I currently have mine set to 120 because that's just what I'm comfortable with right now. Can I guess I have to choose between one. Yeah, screw it. Let's just max it out. My computer's more powerful enough to deal with that. Restart it later. Yep. Why everyone on YouTube trying to get addicted to sugar and caffeine, bruh? It's just the best. I mean, not sugar, definitely caffeine. Sugar's kind of overrated in my opinion. Caffeine, that stuff is glorious. Okay, the only thing better than caffeine is water, okay? Because water's the best thing ever. Is it possible to get the wolf skin from the beta, or is that exclusive? And do you think that new ornament set will be for Wolf? I feel like or I guess it's his because he is the MC. So I think it was confirmed that the wolf skin that you get for a purchase bonus was not exclusive to the beta and will be returning for the launch of Destiny Rising. Though it would be a purchase bonus, so you would have to spend a lot of money in this game in order to obtain that particular skin. When it comes to the ornament sets, I would love to see it for Wolf because Wolf is probably my favorite character in the game. All right, now that you have to level that character, or do you have to level that character if you can't use your main? What character? I don't really know what the question Lorenzo asked was. How pay to win is the game? Like, is there a massive difference between somebody who spends $0 versus $100? So when it comes to the pay to win or pay to progress for this game, the difference between people who spend and people who don't spend will not nearly be as big of a difference between people who know what they're doing and people who don't know what they're doing. Okay, so like if we're saying like somebody who spends like 0 to maybe $10 would be like here, and somebody who spends like I don't know, $100 or more would be like here. This would be kind of like the difference. if we're talking about somebody who doesn't know what they're doing and somebody who does know what they're doing, it's like, ooh, it's gonna be big, really big. Okay. And beyond that, the difference between somebody who does spend or somebody who does spend and somebody who doesn't spend will shrink as time passes. It will be exaggerated more at launch because of how limited a lot of the resources will be. But as we gain more resources over time, build more characters, that gap will close and close. All right. Destiny's story is infinitely better on Wikipedia than campaign gameplay. True. True. Thankfully, the storytelling in Destiny Rising, at least post, like after the Jiangxi Metro story, because that story is kind of like, it's only all right. But the Red Sea Rift story is pretty good for a Destiny story. It's definitely not like life changing or anything. You're definitely probably not going to be like wowed by the detailed character writing because that's not there. But it does have hype moments and aura, and that is always welcome. All right. Is there going to be an end to the story, like a real finale where a main character's journey will end? Um, don't know. In these kind of games, if there is going to be like an endpoint, it would likely be a lot longer into the future. So expect to be following Wolf and the other characters that he surrounds himself with in the story for years to come. I don't even drink tea or coffee. What stress y'all be living in? Well, the thing is that stress and cortisol are my best friends. I love them so much. Um, it's like a nice warm hug all around my body that makes me feel tingly. You know, my or one winged angel says that his movement player is 120 FPS. Not sure if it go higher than 120 FPS, but that's on Moo. Yeah, America. God bless. They would win in PvE leaderboard for sure. When it comes to like a whale who like really knows what he's doing, he'd probably have like the best opportunity to win in PvE. But again, skill and knowledge is the end all be all. Whales will have more resources, which means they will have more opportunities, but that does not mean that they will always win. Is re-rolling worth it? I would say re-rolling probably won't be worth it. Unless you just really want to guarantee a particular character in the game, I would not suggest re-rolling because account progress will matter significantly more than the characters that you get, especially because of how limited the initial draws you will have, and how the gacha is actually really generous. So you won't have to worry about not having a character for very long. Will they put, or will they some sort of a skin customization, like putting different parts of some skin to add to other they could focus on? So I assume that you're talking about customization and like maybe mixing and matching parts. I don't think that they're going to add any sort of like individual piece customization like that. However, there was a system that was in the beta and is now being expanded a lot more in the launch. If I could pull an example screenshot up real quick. So this is what Wolf looked like normally, and later on in the beta, I added some decals to my Wolf. The stuff in the arm didn't really like. I just put that there to put that there, but I liked the little tiny sort of, I don't know, kind of eyebrow look up there. So you will be able to add decals to your characters on anywhere on them to change some colors and add some patterns on your units. And you can equip 3 of them, or at least you were able to equip 3 in the beta. And there's some funny ones, like ones with letters on it, so you could put one on your stomach and have all your friends like put one on their stomach, and you could, I don't know, spell like boobs or something like that. Okay, let's see. That $200 wolf skin, though, yeah, it's gonna be really tempting for a lot of people. I know I was tempted. It might be a long term goal for me to get that, but definitely do not spend more than you have. Okay? Spend responsibly and always remember to hype responsibly as well. Okay? You don't want to load up like, I don't know, $100 into a game that you like a week later you kind of just not really feeling it. You actually don't know, as it take quite a while to reroll, but if your first pull is a 5-star, the value of it is high, given that it is free, and you still get more from there. Yeah, pretty much the only like real benefit that you could get from rerolling is getting an early 5-star. And again, that is not nearly as beneficial as just having account progress. If you were to reroll, I would only do it for like a few hours and just pick like the best account from that bunch. Because missing a day of progress will definitely hurt you. Well, maybe not hurt you more, but it would definitely not be good, especially if all you are pushing to do is get like maybe, I don't know, 10 extra pulls. Especially for a standard banner. How long does it take to unlock the gacha? I just found a way to reroll by deleting the guessing. So it would take, I don't remember when I unlocked it. I actually have my first stream uh on my channel because I streamed this day one starting out. It was a very terrible stream, that's why I unlisted it. But if I open it up real quick, I can maybe see when exactly I unlocked the gacha. Okay. Just making sure that I didn't accidentally skip past it. Um. Okay, it looks like. Um. Okay, it looks like I unlocked it around the 2 hour mark. Of course, if you skip all of the cutscenes, you will likely be able to do it a lot sooner. But it will definitely be an investment to re-roll a lot. How fast do you get your free pulls after re-rolling? Um, you probably won't have a lot of pulls for like a fresh re-roll. Because if I go back to this video I had, yeah, I had like 10 standard banner pulls and 500 Lumia leaves when I first unlocked the pulls. That would probably be around 20, but yeah, it just like goes again. Rerolling is not going to be very, very good. $200 for Power Ranger White? Yeah. Do story mode let you play as other characters, or can you only play as Wolf? You will be locked to playing as specific units during the story. Not only Wolf, because other story missions, especially character stories, will have you playing as other units. There was an interlude where you had to play as Ikora in a story mission for Destiny Rising, but you will be playing other units. But you do not get to choose any unit to play. Why is there a QR code on the login menu? Is there a working code system that works right now? Not sure. If you're talking about the website, the QR code would take you to the mobile download, I believe. If I want to whale out what's my strat on launch, I mean, So you're gonna want to take your card, okay? You're gonna want to put all of the numbers in onto your particular device when it prompts you with them. Okay, you're gonna want to put in your name and the expiration date, as well as the three numbers on the back. Okay, and that will be the best strategy for you to apply as a whale. Okay, what weapon types are Wolf, for example, spread? So Wolf has access to rapid fire weapons and he has access to spread weapons. Okay, his rapid fire weapon is the auto rifle, his primary weapon, and his spread weapon will be a blast weapon, grenade launcher, as his heavy. So he has coverage of two different weapon types for the Shinkas, which is this game's equivalent to champions, which definitely improves his viability and splashability a lot. Trying to pull a character with different weapon types, that's a good thing to try and go for. They could hugely benefit from some Eververse type shenanigans of Bungie selling different parts of exclusive skin to bring dust, silver, etc. Uh, somewhat, yeah. Yeah. One Winged Angel says Wolf White Skin is fire. He caved in and got it. Yep. I mean, if I had a lot of disposable income, I'm not gonna lie, I might have caved and done it too. But I'm poor. I don't have money. God only knows if we get a sexy Gwyn skin, how much money NetEase will get from the buys. I mean, I don't know how many of you watched the Duet Night Abyss reveal stream, like the launch reveal stream. But they are definitely going for the big bucks when it comes to the not gotcha, but when it comes to their character skins, because they removed like the monetization from the gotcha system entirely. Like they removed that entire gotcha system. I mean, it really depends on what Bungie like detailed in like what they can add and what they can't add. I imagine they want to keep things like tasteful to the Destiny universe. However, we don't really know what that entirely entails. I mean, at least when it comes to characters like Umeko, it definitely didn't bar them from making shapely uh units. Would I play with multiple accounts? I have been considering making some alternate accounts, though I definitely wouldn't recommend it for most people because there's not really much benefit to gain from having an alt account outside of like content creation. Let's see, what's my PC setup? I am running a 4070 Ti RTX, and I have an Intel Core i7 12th generation. And I was really happy that I bought the 12th generation when I did, because like 2 or 3 months after I made my PC, it came out that the 13th and 14th generations were exploding. Well, not really exploding, but they were burning themselves out. So it's really nice that I dodged that. I'm probably going to get an AMD CPU when I upgrade, though. Beth Animals so salute. Mm-hmm. Are all character story missions free, or do you need to have the character to play them? So in the beta, the character story missions, you had to actually acquire the characters in order to play the stories. We don't know if that will change or if you'll get some kind of like story preview when the character is on banner. But again, like I said, I expect anything that they didn't say change to stay the same. But there could be more surprises like that changing on launch. So Tolan exists in this universe. Who's Pulled Pork? Pulled Pork is a ghost from the Destiny lore. He appeared in one of the lore tabs, and he was a ghost that was searching around in the reef and had a reef-styled ghost shell and was searching for his guardian. All right. More reason to level up your main character, I guess, if you aren't allowed to choose what character you can use or not in the story. Well, thankfully, you do not have to have a high investment unit in order to play through the story. So if you just like level up most of Wolf's abilities and have like moderately leveled weapons, you don't have to worry too much about like the exotic enhancements or like the max level abilities for Wolf if you do not want to play him in the end game and other activities. One Winged Angel says, I don't mind the monetization on character skins because that doesn't affect gameplay. I'd say for the most part, yeah. I definitely do like having more free options for cosmetics, or at least having affordable options for cosmetics. I mean, when it comes to Fortnite, that's a game that I like to play a lot. Battle Pass is really nice when they have good skins in it, and getting regular V-Bucks from completing the Battle Passes and also Fortnite Crew does allow me to pretty like regularly buy skins and other cosmetics that I like. Because of the way silver is in Destiny Rising, I don't know exactly how many like premium cosmetics. Thankfully, we can get a lot of cosmetics from the Bright Dust, which is free. So there is that at least. All right. They just need to release the game. Like, now we are so ready. I mean, that would be the dream, right? Like, I'm just sitting here with a whole bunch of viewers in chat answering questions, having a good time, and then the game's just releases early, and I'm like, whoa, I can start playing. But that's just gonna have to wait until tomorrow. Is my clan full for release? So my personal clan that I've had since, or that I've been a part of since the beta, we I'm not really sure if we're looking for new members. I'm not the leader of it, but it just depends. However, I will be having a viewer clan. So if you are in the Discord, then you have, you can join, and so long as you stay regularly active, you can stay. That's pretty much the only requirement I'd have for maintaining your position in the viewer clan, is just remain active. How much is the female to male character ratio? Since in gacha it's normally like 8-1. It was pretty balanced, if I remember, like really, really balanced. Maybe not so much in terms of like the limited characters because they released like 2 females, but like overall, I mean, this was every single character in the game. This was pulled from my tier list video because this was like just the best one that I had that had all the units. I mean, if we just do a head count, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 5 dudes and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 girls. So really balanced, especially because we know Rossi 11 is coming later, and that's almost definitely a dude. So almost 1-1. And I don't expect that to change anytime soon because there are so many characters in this game and the Destiny lore that they're going to pull from that are just badass dudes. Like, I mean, I'm sure people would love to see Osiris in his prime. Cade 6, definitely. I mean, Lord Saladin, Radagast, any of the other Iron Lords. And also all of the like characters who will be unique to Destiny Rising. All right. Virus, will Ash and Iron bring you back to D2? Considering that Edge of Fate didn't bring me back to D2, I don't think Ash of Iron will either. Especially after I heard about that TWAB or TWID, because golly, they are just still so tone deaf on everything. Do I have my Discord link somewhere? It should be in the description of the stream. If not, it's also linked on my what's it called, on my YouTube. So be sure and check that out. Just like, let me just see edit. Yep, it is in the description of my stream, so you can click it there. It's been a really fast growing community. Honestly, I am super happy that there's so many people who are joining to chat, and even if they're there just for the game, I like honestly so passionate about it that I'm just glad to have more people to talk with about the game. Uh, yeah, Ash of Iron ain't even have a trailer yet. I don't even know what they could add in Ash and Iron to really bring up hype. Oh, one of you posted my live stream in the Rising Discord. If that is okay, so more people can join and ask questions. Oh, well, thanks. I mean, yeah, I guess I did forget to share my live stream links in other places. Will there be something similar to Trials? So there wasn't any announcements about like an endgame PvP or Trials like being in development or planned for the future. However, I will say that Trials and other endgame PvP modes were constantly brought up in terms of the surveys that we had in the beta. So it is very likely that they are looking to add that or something very similar to it in the future of Destiny Rising. Okay. Not Lord Salad, bro. He always gave you trash weapon rolls, not even single max range multi-back after 2 years of playing. Well, you don't have to worry about Lord Salad Man. He is going to be well, we presume he's going to be a playable character, but he probably won't be controlling your roles in any particular game mode. How biased is the tier list? Do you think that is a fair take, or just the information is are currently available? So that's the tier list that I made. It was based on the information from the beta. The only position that I am pretty iffy on, at least like from the beta, was Estella. Estella could have been better than I initially thought, but I didn't get enough opportunity to properly test her. However, I'm very confident with the remaining positions, except for maybe like a couple of the 4 stars I might have undervalued too much. Though I will say that I do believe that Ningfei might rise to A tier with the new exotic crossbow that he will be gaining in the launch of the game. All right, how long are the dailies? So the dailies themselves, you will almost definitely be able to complete in like 5 to 10 minutes or less. The energy could take a bit longer than that, depending on your activity. I mean, if you average a strike completion in about like 5 minutes or some other activity, you could probably spend all of your energy in less than 30 minutes. However, there will also be options to like the Iron Commander, which will allow you to spend your pinnacle energy on sort of like AFK grinding things where you can send your characters to complete missions for you and auto collect those rewards. So it generally just depends on how long you really want to play. No Vidoc whatsoever for Ashfire says a lot. Maybe, yeah. Is Maru good? We don't really know. We haven't gotten any information on her since the alpha, and she'll likely be released later, either in season 1 or season 2. Just join. See y'all tomorrow after work. Yeah. Unfortunately, there are some people who didn't get Thursday off. We will be, or, well, I guess we won't be waiting for you, but we will hope that you have a wonderful time joining for Destiny Rising on launch. How will feel as the main character? Normally, gacha game design their main character to be worse than everyone else to promote their gacha character. So, funnily enough, about Wolf, he is a top tier. Okay, at the very least in the beta, he was in the running to be the top unit in the game. There was debate against some other units, like if Tantu is like super duper maxed out, could he edge out Wolf in a lot of situations? Maybe. It really depends. But even with the minor nerfs that Wolf got post the beta, he is still going to be extremely good, and I do not imagine that he is going to be falling off anytime soon, unless they just absolutely stuff this game full of power creep, and at that point, it's not really going to matter about like any of these characters at launch. And I don't think that they're going to really power creep this game a ton, because the gacha is already so fair, so power creep or character power creep likely wouldn't get them a lot more money, at least compared to more money from having goodwill from the community and getting skin purchases. Please no trials. I hate the effing mode. I watch every match as a or TTV guy comes in to make sure I don't get my passage done. I mean, it's a good thing that you don't have to play it. I mean, there's obviously going to be like some exclusive rewards, but I don't imagine that they would make it so that you would have to play trials or at least have to like win super good at trials in order to get the majority of the rewards. Because that's just not the style of game that this would be. Imagine wielding an axe or knife as new weapons. Well, we actually do have good opportunities to add more weapon types because of the way the game is structured. Adding a new weapon type isn't like what it would be in Destiny 2, where you would have to worry about like all the mod support, how it interacts with other things. With Destiny Rising, because the weapons are tied to certain characters and for different Shinka types, they pretty much just have to fit it within those like broad boundaries and they can just add any kind of new weapons, which is pretty interesting. um how did you get a crown beside your name? It's because that you are an active chatter, so thank you for that. Let's see. Al will take you to trials, man. No man left behind. True. I will be working to carry a lot of people through all this in-game stuff to the best of my ability. What's the best way to spend your energy? So, we don't know all the details on how energy is going to work because they changed a lot of the basic words and certain things have been shuffled around. It really just depends on what would be the biggest upgrades to a unit that you can reasonably squeeze out. So, like, let's say when you first reach endgame, you are very likely going to be spending the majority of your energy on getting artifacts and getting good artifacts. Once you have, like, I don't know, 80% good artifacts, you're probably going to want to focus a bit more on your weapons and mods and exotic upgrades and maybe your character upgrades a little bit more. But it's essentially just like a balancing game of like where can you get the most upgrades in any of the different character of traits or equipment. I will be putting out guides for that later. Do you think for day one it's priority to spend your energy somewhere since you don't want to overcap on it? So when it comes to the energy, it will actually probably be good to save your energy day one and day two until day three, in which you can then spend 120 energy until you get to a point where you're getting like mythic weapons or further than that in order to get like the most efficiency out of your rewards. I can put out like some more specifics on like thresholds you'd want to hit, but I didn't mention it yet, but the cap of energy is 360, so that's 3 days worth of pinnacle energy that you can save up before it overcaps. So saving it is definitely something that you can do, especially when it comes to the permanent pinnacle energy until endgame. Okay, just straight up, do not spend that. All right. Also, love when the best linear fusion in PvE is locked PvP. Truly a bungee jump without holding the rope. Honestly, I actually like love it when there's like one really really good PvE weapon in PvP because that would make it so that there's a lot more people joining into the PvE lobbies that normally would avoid it like the plague, and that makes the matches more fun for everybody except for like people who just absolutely loathe PvE or PvP. But I generally don't like it when they add like, I don't know, five like really really good PvE weapons to PvP. I mean, when I tried out Edge of Fate day one to see if like it was worth even purchasing it, I saw that in the Crucible, like half of the new weapons were PvE weapons. Like there was the double shot shotgun, there was a rocket frame sidearm, and I was sitting there looking at like, why? I want PvP weapons mostly. Is it Iron Banner or Iron Bar? I love that Banner rotated as a limited time event once a month or so. So in the beta, it was called the Iron Bar, and it was just like a very general PVE or PvP game mode. It was, I'm pretty sure it was just control in the beta. They could add more modes later on, but the PvP was generally a bit more limited in the beta. We don't know any details of changes like that for this first launch period of the game. What is this YTEXP for? Do I get something? That's it's essentially just like you get it for chatting in my stream chat. So the more you chat, the more like stream XP you get, and like you get ranks, and it ranks people on it. Sorry, I'm a Destiny 1 snob. I love that game so much. Destiny 2 felt like a letdown, in your opinion. Uh, Honestly, in a lot of ways, there are still a lot of things that I feel Destiny 1 does a lot better than Destiny 2, in particular when it comes to like sound design and art direction. I feel like Destiny 1 still has that way above Destiny 2 in those departments. How many more Gauntlet Ops raids are in Rising? We know there's like two, you believe, one Jingxi and one Red Sea Rift. We only have one confirmed. There's very likely going to be that second one in the Red Sea Rift. And there's almost definitely going to be more releasing on a regular basis. Destiny 2 was cool, but it lost momentum. Yeah. Beth currently one. Hope we get more. Or Beth currently only one. Okay. Oh, you're responding to Beth. Okay. Wait, that's smart. Saving till day 3 to maximize the rewards you need. Yep. Let's see. One Wing Angel says, I see backlash on Rising, but after the dev preview video, I see a lot of people praising that ease for actually listening to the community. Yep. It's generally been very, very positive, like feedback when it comes to Destiny Rising. There is a very, very loud minority of people who are just hating on Destiny Rising, and for like some very weird reasons, like reasons that you would really only have if you didn't actually know anything about the game or the genre at all. So thankfully, they're probably just not really anybody you need to worry about. You remember Thorn being OP and getting nerfed? Yeah, I remember Thorn being OP and getting nerfed. Let's see. In D2 around Witch Queen, we literally had best linear fusion, the stasis one, or locked in trials. Also, at the same time, they made trials locked to the latest DLC instead of having any DLC. Yeah, though, was it the best linear? I mean, it was the stasis one. I mean, it was, I guess, kind of more consistent if you use stasis damage strategies, but generally, the one from the raid was a better linear fusion rifle. Like, sure, it didn't have as high damage potential necessarily, or well, I mean, it had Banes, which was a higher damage percentage than Firing Line, but you were generally using a lot more solar classes than you were stasis at that time, so it was more of a in that particular niche of the stasis damage meta. It was the best, but the solar one from the raid was generally more used and sought after, and also the free one that you got, the Taipan. Yeah. Was it Taipan? I think it was called the Taipan. The craftable one. That wasn't really any significant amount worse than the one from Trials. My mic keeps cutting out? That's weird. Like, really bad? I don't really know what could be causing it. Let me try turning down like the volume or gain on it a little bit. Just see if that helps. Maybe shift its position. It might have just been like a lag thing. Can't believe that the runner game already has hackers. UTF is RSPN. Yeah, yeah. Uh, it's it's just all these cheaters ruining the experience for everyone. Man, I just wish we Osteo Striga fast in this game. Well, we don't know how they're going to deal with the lore of certain weapons like Osteo Striga, but we already have weapons confirmed like Heir Apparent and all of the Black Armory weapons. So it could be a bit more loose when it comes to the Destiny 2 exports to Destiny Rising. All right. Oh, better now. You know what was happening? Yeah, it was probably just a connection issue. Does Tan2 have. I mean, in the lore, at least when it came to exos, they had to make their bodies as close to their base human anatomy as possible. Otherwise, the human minds inside them would reject it. So, I don't know. Ask Bife. I think what is not helping is the fact that these big Destiny content creators have no idea what the gacha system and what Destiny Rising is and immediately say pay to win or open your wallets. Lol. Yeah, that's a very common sentiment for a lot of people who are very dedicated to Destiny 2. Though I will say I saw a video, I don't know where, but it was a podcast talking about or going over the misconceptions about Destiny Rising with some beta players. Let me see if I can find that. I don't remember where it was shared. Um, it's probably in my YouTube history now that I think about it. Let me check that real quick, see if I can share it. All right. I might have watched it on private browsing, or it might have just been through my Discord client. I'm not finding it in my history. Well, it would probably be just something like misconceptions about Destiny Rising. So go ahead and like give that a watch. One Mtesh, yeah, Mtesh is hopping on Destiny Rising. He actually popped in the official server, and I wish the Unk a good time. All right. I stand by Gacha being potentially a very dangerous model and can only hope that Rising avoids those issues for now and later on. Yep. Like if we're all being completely honest, no matter like how fair in comparison to other gachas a gacha is, a gacha system will always be inherently predatory. And that is something that players do have to be aware of so they don't, get exploited. Let's see. Looking at my genetic mistakes even after becoming EXO is crazy, bro. Like, why did I order my modular body for Braze be scamming? True. I think some of the big Destiny streamers are afraid of losing viewers, so until they figure out what gacha is or can be, they will not be positive. Um, yeah. I'm a bit hesitant to really say that I think they're like just grifting or something. I don't really think that. I think most people just don't really know too much about it. Because if we're being honest, like gacha has really only been like big and in the mainstream eye since like 2020. So like 5 years at that. It's definitely grown a lot more since then. especially with titles like Wuthering Waves. But there's still stigma and there's still a lot of unknown, and even like without the gacha stuff, there's still just like stigma for a lot of gamers around mobile games in general. So it really is an uphill battle for a lot of people, especially because a lot of Destiny players have likely been playing games for over a decade or close to a decade. So they are a lot more likely to hold those beliefs. Right. Yeah, I've had people tell me they watch S Cross videos and that game is pay to win. And I'm like, bruh, no, it's not. Well, yeah. I mean, I definitely enjoy the fact that they are giving Destiny Rising some attention, and they're not being, I don't know, I wouldn't really say that they're being hateful about it, but they're definitely not like being the most fair or informative about Destiny Rising and both its good qualities and even the bad qualities. And it's not like I don't have my own criticisms about it. I have posted very many videos criticizing the different monetizations of Destiny Rising and other systems as well. You can see that in past. In fact, the very first video that I posted on my channel is criticism of the game. And also, another thing that I'd like to note, even though that I have like gotten a lot of my attention for this title from criticizing it, they still put me in the creator program. So you don't have to worry about like official creators being some kind of like shell who is not allowed to say anything bad about the game at all. In fact, in the creator guidelines, they explicitly tell us that we are allowed to criticize Destiny Rising. Yep. What time does it go live? It will be going live at 12 p.m. Eastern US time for the North American servers. It will be going live at different times depending on the server that you join. The best way to figure that out would be to go on to their official Twitter or their official X account, and you could scroll to see the global launch times right here. You can see Asia Pacific, Europe, Latin America, and North America. All right. You hope one man says that he agrees and hopes the gacha system in this game is not as bad. I'm hopeful, but in a realistic sense, NetEase did spend 100 million to get this license to make this, so it's scary to think. Well, honestly, I feel like NetEase, with that high investment to get this game, are more likely to be like more player friendly and more fair, because that has really shown to be what brings you success in this new market. Because we've seen, game like good example, Wuthering Waves, and that game is really well known for listening to player feedback and generally being more fair when it comes to its monetization practices compared to other gachas, especially in terms of things like character power creep. And we've also seen some other games like Infinity Nikki, and Persona 5 The Phantom X, which have done things that have very significantly worsened the player experience in favor of stronger monetization. And those games have lost significant portions of their player base and are sitting at very negative reviews on their platforms. How popular do you think Destiny Rising will be? Can it reach Genshin levels of popularity? I don't think it's possible for any game to reach the Genshin levels of popularity. Genshin released at a perfect time to grab as many eyes and as many fans as they possibly could. I don't think that we'll ever see another opportunity like that in our lifetime. However, I do think Destiny Rising does have the opportunity to be another big game in this space, as there are a lot of good qualities and there are a lot of things that this game does that no other game does out there. Really, the only game that Destiny Rising will be competing with is Destiny 2 in terms of like overall players. Yeah, I've been watching you since under 100 subs and now you're at 400, doing great, homie. Thanks. Nice to see that I've got some longtime viewers here. All right. Or play too many gotchas as a free to play. You don't get all the shinies right away, but you will catch up over time. I honestly think Destiny Rising will be crazy popular. Yep, I definitely think that Destiny Rising is primed to like really, really grow so long as the developers do right to their players. I don't think it's going to have a like explosive launch. I think the launch is going to be big, but I don't think launch is going to be the biggest the game will ever be. I feel like it's going to launch a bit softer than people might expect, but gradually grow and expand the community and player base as time goes on. All right, this is completely unrelated, but I managed to beat pulled pork score. I refuse to let that ghost beat me. Nice. I'm definitely gonna try and beat some more scores. Maybe I'll do it off stream if I've got some time. I mean, if chat gets like really really slow, I might do it on stream. But so far, you guys have been like super active, and I'm loving it. Yeah, Marvel Rival. Yep, Marvel Rivals is a very good example because again, also developed by NetEase and has also been doing really really well for its players, at least from what I've heard. It's still the premier hero shooter on the market right now, so they're definitely doing well with that, and I expect them to be doing very similar with Destiny Rising. Love your tier list video. Definitely maxing a Wolf in 10-2. Earn yourself a sub. Thank you very much. Yeah, Wolf and 10-2 are probably like two of the safest units to build in this game. I will say when it comes to like your first time around an endgame, it would be best to focus on one character until you are able to clear endgame consistently. And then I would suggest building other characters for endgame. But you won't have to worry about that until around level 50 to 60, going forward to 80. Aside from monetization, NetEase does make great games. Immortal was better than Diablo 4, Once Human was amazing, and Marvel Rivals is also amazing. All NetEase games, I think Rising will be okay. Yep. A lot of people, like NetEase has honestly been kind of like a real sleeper when it comes to the gaming industry as of late. They've like it's kind of like they've been this leviathan under the surface, and people are now finally just starting to realize, oh man, these guys are actually kind of like big players. Do you think, or do you get anything for getting top 3 in the leaderboard? So you get a title, well, maybe not a title, but you can display on your profile if you have any leaderboard positions, both like regional, national, and server wide. But that's the only like actual reward that you get from leaderboards. You won't get like extra currency or anything like that. What do I reckon, first Wolf or Tantu? It really just depends on what you'd like more and what your general play group would benefit from. Because if your like other friends don't have a support unit like Tantu, he would obviously be a much better unit than to have built than Wolf would be. But it definitely comes down to your personal play preference. Because if you enjoy playing Wolf a lot more in Tantu and you're only planning on using Tantu for particular activities like damage checks in the raid, then you should build Wolf. However, if you really, really enjoy how Tantu plays and you think you can play him well in the Calamity Ops and the Expanse, then build Tantu. Your plan is to focus on Wolf. To be honest, I like auto rifles and grenade launchers. According to you, he's pretty good, even if his multi gets nerfed a little bit. He's used on several stories, etc. Yep, Wolf is definitely a good investment in Destiny Rising. I've seen nearly all Destiny Rising beta videos. It feels like it has a lot more content than D2. What do I think about it? Uh, I think that, well, yeah, honestly, I agree that it's got like a lot more relevant content to Destiny 2. Destiny 2 obviously will have like more total content, but especially with the changes to the portal, Destiny has really, really nerfed that kind of aspect in terms of like the total relevant content that you're able to participate in. And a lot, and because like the rewards have been homogenized across like every single activity outside of the raids and dungeons, there's not really much benefit to really explore all those different activities. I feel like Destiny Rising, especially as the months pass by and more updates and more content gets added to it, will very quickly outpace Destiny 2 in terms of the content that is available for the people to play. Quick question with the scout rifles, can you just hold them down the auto fire, or do you have to keep pressing like... Okay, yep, auto fire will be available for Destiny Rising. Full automatic on every single weapon. So, yep, you can just hold down the trigger. Give me a second. I need to drink some water. Well, I need to drink some gamer subs and water. I don't know how much I was talking for straight right there. It was definitely a bit. I hope you all are pleased to see that I'm just as much of a yapper on stream as I am in videos. How will auto rifle work with sniper or auto fire? Um, so if you're talking about like the auto fire function for the touchscreen controls, it's just gonna work the same as any other gun. You would like hover it over an enemy and it'll pull the trigger for you. But when it comes to like the hold down the trigger and it'll just continue firing, it's just the same as any other weapon. You just hold down the trigger and it'll just... Got your phone ready to go? That's excellent. Thank you. I appreciate it. I have high hopes for this game, and I believe it will come out on consoles if it's a success. It really just depends on what kind of agreement that they have with Bungie. It's speculated, and I believe it's likely that Bungie has some kind of exclusivity agreement with NetEase to where they aren't able to have official releases for the game on PC or consoles. Thankfully, they were able to get around that pretty easily with the Mumu Player emulator, and also thankfully, the Mumu Player is very, very excellent, and this game is extremely well optimized. Is it recommended to reroll? I would not recommend it to reroll. Okay, you will get a lot more benefit from just playing the game outright, because the amount of rolls and currency for the amount of time that it would take to reroll is just not worth it, in my opinion. Your account history will matter a lot more than your account start. This isn't a game like Uma Musume where you can re-roll on like the Kita-san Black Banner and get like a card that will set your account for like the next 2 years. Are there any things? Do you know how much money I need to spend to get all the characters day one? Um, Probably not a lot. You'll get a decent amount of free rewards. Of course, most of those free rewards will come like later as you continue to progress through all of the launch content. But in order to get all of the characters, I mean, you could probably spend like maybe 100 or two to get like all the standard pulls and limited pulls that you need to guarantee one copy of every single unit. Are there any characters going to be given for free from completion of story modes, missions, etc.? Yes. Wolf is free. You start out with him and you'll get all of his talents for free. Ikora and Caber will both be given out one copy for free from the campaign. You will get Finala and Xuan Wei from an event. And those are all the confirmed free units that you will be able to obtain. There is additionally a Tal, which you can get from a $1 purchase pack. So all of the 4-star units in the game are extremely uh, easy to access. At least all the launch ones. Do I plan on making build guides? From what I've seen, there's a lot to take in with the artifacts and mods. I just want to invest in my builds without spending money in the shop. Well, you won't have to worry about spending money in the shop because you will be able to build all of your characters without spending. When it comes to making builds and guides, I will definitely be making guides for everything about this game, especially when it comes to recommended artifacts and weapons for characters. There is a lot of stuff to explore and digest in this game, and I will be doing my best to break it all down for you and give you all the best recommendations for every unit that I can. All right. Let's see. Is there a cap on number of leaves, and do we know what it is so we don't waste them? So there is a limited number of leaves that you will be able to obtain from like all of the content. When it comes to like quest completions, triumphs, and like rep rewards, all of those are limited. Okay, you will be getting regular Lumia leaves from events, from endgame participation and completion, and you will also be getting it from your dailies. So there are regular sources of Lumia leaves, but outside of those regular sources, they are all limited and will only have so many until you complete all of it. But though you will be getting more limited amounts of Lumia leaves as the game adds more content, more achievements and triumphs, and more things to do. So if I want to use charge shots on Wolf GL, it's best to turn auto fire off. I'm not sure about that function specifically, but that might be what you should do. Wonder Angel says, I think 100%, I think Bungie knew if this game was going to be on platforms, it could hurt Destiny 2 in a bad way. Well, honestly, it kind of sucks for them because regardless of it being on all platforms or not, it's definitely hurting them with the current state of Destiny 2. Bungie's definitely worried about Rising being available on PC at launch, which I think why is there isn't a PC port on Steam or consoles. And it's a very, very good thing that this button right here exists for the Moo Player Emulator. I love the Moo Player Emulator. I'm gonna keep shilling it. It was honestly like the biggest surprise for me going into this. I was expecting like some kind of issues and stuff, and like playing through it on launch because I was not expecting mouse and keyboard. I was using my controller for it, and I like bumped my keyboard and I saw the UI change. I was like, huh? What the? It's got native M and K. It was really exciting. I actually put that reaction in my video covering the Moo player. And that's really the only way to view it because I delisted the stream because I forgot to turn the bit rate up. Well, I didn't say I forgot. I didn't know to turn the bit rate up because it was my first stream ever. Will the 3 mythic characters be available at launch or only one at a time? They will all 3 of them be available at the same time in the standard banner pool. So that's Tantu, Yolder, and Ningfei. It will be random which mythic character you get from the standard banner. However, after you complete 180 pulls, you will be able to select any mythic character from the standard banner of your choice. And that is a permanent feature. At least it was during the beta. All right, thank you. It was about time someone said it because people was worried about to spend daytime re-rolling for 2 hours on at hand trying to get a character that they probably could have got just by playing. Yup. Honestly, even if you got like 40 or 50 pulls starting out from a reroll, I still wouldn't really recommend it just because like playing through the game is just a lot more important. Did they say you can earn like 200 free spins to get the mythic characters? Yes, you will be getting up to or over 200 free spins for all of the units in Destiny Rising on the launch patch. Moon Player is great. Total noob on PC, and it took me 10 minutes to set up DR. Yup, it is so easy. Okay. Like BlueStacks, which was what I was trying to do first, it like I was fumbling around with it so much. There was ads on it. Moo Player, you literally just it just works. Like I don't really know how else to explain it. You just download it and it functions. And I appreciate that so much because I can literally tell anybody, be like, yeah, you can just download it on PC. It's basically the same as downloading this Steam because you just download it, you download the game on it, you open the game on it. What are the rewards for the first and second and third for the minigame? So you don't get rewards for your placement on the minigame, but the rewards you get will be 5,000 glimmer, another 5,000 glimmer, and well, that's different. You got an emblem before. I don't know if that's referring to the emblem, but now you get some Lumia leaves as well. So you do get some like nice little currency, and you might still get an emblem for it. I don't know if that is referring to an emblem. It was an icon of the emblem prior in the beta. Let's see. Do you use AVI encoder for your streams? I highly recommend it. You can have a good bit rate and the streams will look good because AV1 doesn't need a lot of bit rate. That's what you use for 4K content. Um, I don't know, actually. Let me check my settings. I honestly like still so new to all of this. Um, I'm using the X264 video encoder, so I might want to change that later. Will I be doing a free to play progress guide? Yes, I will be doing a free to play progress guide. That will be most of my content will be for free to play and low spenders. I honestly don't really think that whales really need a guide because they just have all of the resources that they could really want and the information that they would need regarding characters would be the same exact information that a free to play or low spender would need as well. Will legendary characters be put in the standard banner? If so, isn't best to just save all pearls until Umeko releases? Yes, I actually recommended that in my tips video that I released shortly before I started the stream. So, yep, just like I said in the video, if you have all of the units that you were looking for from the standard banner, it would be best to save for a future 4-star unit so that you can either get more copies for them or you can guarantee them without having to pull on the limited banner. Or maybe not guarantee, but you can have a better shot at pulling them. Is it midnight release or certain time you're in UK? Well, again, right here, you can see all of the different local times for the servers. So when it comes to the Europe server, if you are planning on playing on the Europe server, it will be UTC +2 CEST. If you are planning on playing on other servers, you will have to change or convert the times from these other servers to your local time. We can talk about it. Yep, I would definitely like to talk about it with you on Discord after the stream's done. When are the servers up? The server. Okay, well, I might have already answered this question for you already, but these are the server launch times. You can also see it right here. Okay, so depending on what server that you're trying to get into, like per region, or if you're trying to get into a server from a different region, these are the times that you are looking at. That information is on the official social media account for Destiny Rising, so you can double check there if it helps. Yeah, everyone is dying on this game. I was considering putting out a video like sometime, like saying like all eyes are on Destiny Rising. I mean, I might make that video later. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's definitely got a lot of attention on it, and anybody and everybody who I know who is interested in is dying to get their hands on it. What one is an Australian server? I believe it would be the Asia Pacific right here, since I think that's the closest region that would be for you. Yup, 10 plus million pre downloads. There are definitely a lot of people looking at this game. I mean, even like the Astacross videos that he's put out on it got like several 100K views. Let me drink some more while I check some notifications. It's been a bit more active. Oh, WR Frost likes Azali too. Azali's the goat. All right. Well, when it comes to the pre-downloads versus the amount of players we can generally expect, you also have to remember that these are worldwide numbers that we are getting, and a significant portion of those will likely be in like China. So we may not ever be like seeing that kind of engagement from that player base because of just the way that the Chinese internet and government works. Yes, I have talked about it if re-rolling is worth it. I generally do not recommend re-rolling for Destiny Rising. If you are hell bent on it, like I obviously can't stop you, but the amount of pulls that you would get versus the amount of time that you would have to invest in order to re-roll a particular account would likely not be worth it, and you will almost definitely be burning yourself out on this game when you could be progressing your account, unlocking more game modes, and you would generally be able to get the characters that you would want from re-rolling just by playing the game and continuing your account from there. Did you say when we get a character and weapon tier list? Uh, I don't have a set time on when I believe I could really put out a weapon and character tier list. I think the earliest could come out would be around like 3 weeks after launch, after the raid probably, or after we continue or get really into endgame, because I want to make sure that I am as accurate as I possibly can be when it comes to these launch character tier lists. And we would also want to wait until Estella comes out as well in order to make sure that we have all of the units that we would be seeing in this launch period in the same video. They just announced they released the soundtrack. It's on for real? Oh that's from Destiny Music Archive. Maybe on YouTube. You guys are gonna get a quick view of my YouTube recommendations. It's like all Umu Musume and Wuthering Waves. Oh, they're doing a launch live stream. Aw, crap! I didn't know. Destiny Rising OST. Oh my gosh, it is. Oh, that's great. I've been dying to listen. Oh, but they've only. Oh wait, it's the whole thing in one video. Part one. Oh, it's part one and part two. One of unavailable videos hidden. So there's probably going to be a part three with stuff that's like more exclusive to like future content. Oh, but this is great. I cannot wait to listen to this. There are some particular tracks that I really adored in Destiny Rising, especially like the Nexus interface strike. I want that music as well. But this is gonna be great for me as a YouTuber because I'd be able to download this and I can use all of this as high quality background music. It's it's so good. It's so excellent. Of course, I'd have to go through some work cutting it up. Maybe we'll get like Destiny Music Archive. We'll cut it up into individual tracks later, and there's probably some unreleased or unreleased music that is not available in this official soundtrack release. But thanks for bringing that up. Destiny Rising is more free to play than Destiny 2. I mean, yeah, Destiny 2, you're looking at like $200 if you want to get all the content when it's not on sale, and like $100 every year to keep up with it. Destiny Rising, I mean, if you put $100 into Destiny Rising, well, actually, I could just like do the quick maths right now. $7.5 for every month, times that by 12. Okay, you're looking at $90 per year if you just buy the battle pass and the monthly subscription, which should be reasonably the only things that you would generally want to purchase outside of like some very minor bundles and stuff. So generally Destiny Rising is going to be less expensive to play than Destiny 2, and you actually get to try all the content before you buy it. Well, I say buy it. The only thing that you would really buy is characters, and you can get a lot of them for free as well. And the best part is that if there's something that you don't really want, you can just skip it. It's not like you have to pay all or pay for it all in this big $100 bundle, or you spend more money later to get like the season passes and stuff. So that's pretty nice. NetEase made the game ready for pay to win like Diablo Immortal. I mean, sure. But yeah, the Destiny Rising OST is on the official channel. It's also on Spotify too. Oh, I cannot wait. I've been going on a lot of runs lately, been like running 1 mile out and walking the mile back to the house. So being able to listen to that for those runs is going to be nice because Destiny Rising has an excellent soundtrack. They've actually got one of the composers that used to work on Destiny 2 soundtrack from Bungie working on Destiny Rising. I Callum actually knows a lot more about it than I do. Maybe I could ask him for some more details. Let me just see if I can find the name of the particular composer. Let's see. Hmm, I can't find it at the moment. Hey mate, just wondering, the closed beta rebate program, is that tied to just the Google Play account associated or account and server? Um, don't know if it's account and server. I do know it's definitely linked to the account. I wouldn't believe it's linked to a specific server, but it might be. Don't know. It's up in the air on that. I would hope it's a system where it's just like the first server that you log into would gain those benefits. Or the best option would be that you have cross save across all servers. That would be the good ending. Man, I've already been streaming for over 2 hours. It feels like almost no time's passed at all. Gotta say, I am definitely appreciating all of the support on this live stream. I didn't really get like a ton of viewers on my previous live streams, but you all have been great. You've been so active in the chat, and it's been an absolute joy to be interacting with you all right here. And I makes me that much more excited to be streaming this game on launch. Though I might not be able to be as responsive to the chat because I'll be a bit more focused on the game itself. What is the YouTube channel? The YouTube channel is the official Destiny Rising YouTube. It's just Destiny semicolon Rising right here. You could find it linked on the official website, I think. Yeah, right here on the official website. Yeah, because I'll be honest, I'll definitely be jumping on the Apex server. Would definitely be sweet to have the rebate there. Yep, I am seriously hoping that the rebate just follows you to whatever server you join in first, and I'm hoping more that there is cross save between servers. So if there is a situation where you've got like a friend in EU that you can just hop over, or they can hop over, and all they have to do is just log in. Haven't been this excited about a game before. I love Destiny 1 gacha. This game is legit perfect to me. I am right there with you. I have been, I don't want to say a gacha addict, but I've been a gacha savant. I quite enjoy this kind of genre, and I was actually like kind of suffering for a bit because after I quit Genshin, there were like no gacha games at all that really interested me. And then Wuthering Waves came out, and I played that game, or I have played that game literally every single day since it came out. I have a screenshot proving that from the uh what's it called? The anniversary. So that is nice. I am really hoping that I can hop into the new update a little bit early today because it tends to release like late the day before in my area. So I can get a little bit of that done before Destiny Rising comes out, and that absorbs all of my time, and I have to not play Wuthering Waves actively for a little bit and miss out on the new story because I'm focused up on this game, but I'll make time for it. I mean, sleep's optional, right, guys? Are there any immediate benefits to joining a clan right away, or can that wait a couple of days? So you will likely have to wait about a day or two just to get to that point of story progression to join a clan. At least I think you might. I'm not 100% sure on it, but you definitely would want to find a clan sooner rather than later, because there are both benefits to being in a clan, and in this game they're called wolf packs. But I mean, it's we can use the terms interchangeably. There are benefits to being in a clan, and there are benefits to being in an active clan. So, if you are looking to join a clan, there has been a event going on for a long time in the Destiny Rising official server right here, the Wolfpack recruiting. So you can see here that there are a whole bunch of Wolfpacks that are recruiting. Okay? And I am also going to be hosting a North American Wolfpack for my viewers, but you also do have to keep in mind that they will be limited to 30 members to start out and can gain up to 50 members, at least going off of numbers from the beta. So hunting down a clan earlier on will give you a much better chance at finding a more active and more dedicated group than you might otherwise. All right, I'm actually I'm actually feeling like I need to pee for a little bit. I'm just gonna put something up on the screen real quick. Let's see, I can add like a text thing. Yeah. All right. Okay, that's large. Let me shrink that down. All right, I'll be back. Ah. All right. Well, now that that's all done and dealt with, I can move the quick bathroom break. All right, let's see anything that I missed. Is it solo friendly? Yes, the game is solo player friendly. There are many options or there's actually a pack option for solo players where you and a whole bunch of other people will kind of be shoveled into a temporary pack for a period, and you can get some of the rewards that way. And there's matchmaking for every single game mode, and there is like a ton of different social features for the game, and there are specific game modes for solo players specifically. So even as a solo player starting out in Destiny Rising, I didn't feel nearly as lonely as I did in Destiny 2. I was always finding opportunities to chat with people, to actually interact with them compared to Destiny 2. And I actually found my clan through those social features in Destiny Rising as well. So it is solo friendly, and it also will help you onboard into a clan or wolf pack a lot faster. And also, hi again as well, Hot Dog Cat. I'm thinking. Let me see if I can add my browser audio to the stream so I can like play the soundtrack. Because I'm sure that would be pretty nice to listen to while we're just sitting here chilling. Just turn the volume down. My headset was off. Because this is a really nice soundtrack. Virus, in your opinion, is it good to early summon at characters like Gwyn, Comet Wolf? Well, you won't be summoning Wolf because you will be getting Wolf and all of his talents completely for free, guaranteed, so long as you progress through the game. When it comes to Gwyn, I would say if you need the kind of things that Gwyn could do, and if you like her playstyle, then you can go ahead and pull for her. However, I won't say that Gwyn is a must pull. Okay, if you do not like Gwyn, you do not have to pull for her. Or if you're asking about like early summons, if it would be good to like get them early in the gacha, like early in the total amount of pulls compared to the pity, I mean, it's always good to summon early in that sense. But if you're talking about like, would it be good to like get them as soon as possible? It really just depends on what you're looking for through the game. All right. How do you change your background on Mumu? Well, I can show right here. You're going to want to click the settings button. Okay. you're going to want to scroll down, you're going to click wallpaper, and you'll be able to take anything that you have from the gallery. So any images that you have downloaded or screenshots from Moomoo Player, you will be able to select from here. I selected a particular screenshot that I had from Destiny Rising that I really liked. I mean, if you were worried about this game not looking as good as some other game because it's a mobile game, I mean, just it's just right there. Like, this game looks good. All right. I'm fully new to the gacha world, but have played Destiny for years. What should I think of in the beginning to set myself up for endgame? Well, I actually have a video on my channel for a bunch of new player tips. I will be putting out a video later talking about specifically things to prepare for when it comes to the endgame progression. When we get closer to that and we know more details about all of the changes that have been going on for or since the beta going into the launch. However, if you want some TLDR of certain things for the endgame specifically that weren't mentioned in my tips for starting out in Destiny Rising, well, actually, I think I did mention this in the video, but generally around like the level 50 or level 60 mark, you're going to want to choose one character and hard focus on leveling them up, because it will give you significantly more benefit to have one really, really good character who can clear like everything consistently before branching out and like widening your investment. They mentioned limited characters get their first 2 talents unlocked for free and the rest is dupes. I believe that was in the developer preview. And I think what they were saying, so when they say no longer requires duplicate character draws, the first 2 talent nodes will only require 1 extra character, and then beyond that, it will cost 2 or more. So this will cost 1, this will cost 1, and I presume this will cost 2, 2, and maybe like 3, or maybe like 2, 2, 2, 3. So the earlier talent nodes will cost less copies of a 4-star unit in order to unlock them and get those extra power bonuses compared to the deeper talent nodes. Yeah, definitely impressed how Destiny Rising looks. It looks like D1 with FPS or unlocked FPS, FOV, and the graphics slider crank. Yeah, like it definitely looks a lot more or a lot closer to the D1 art style than, in my opinion, Destiny 2 does. Or at the very least, it's like more of a blend of those 2 styles than where Destiny 2 took it and where Destiny 1 left off. Especially when it comes to certain weapons, like we have a whole line of mythic weapons that are very Fallen styled in a similar way to the Prison of Elders weapons and some of the Fallen exotics were for the House of Wolves DLC. But they've also just done it in their own way, giving them their own unique looks. All right. I might have to get a refill on my water bottle soon. Well, I think it's about time to do another challenge of Go Ghost Go. Unlock some more of those rewards and maybe get a slightly better score than what I was getting while I was distracted talking to chat and stuff. I don't mind it. I love talking to y'all. Alright. Definitely like the whole emergency maneuver deal that's got. Alright. Destiny Rising's tower looks great. I like how they made it look like D1 tower. Yeah, New Haven looks really nice. And honestly, it had like such good flow when it came to going from area to area. It didn't really feel like I was just going to like some nook that there's just like some NPC arbitrarily placed there because they had space for him. So that was pretty nice. Gotta head out now. Have a good one. See you in game tomorrow. I will see you as well. And thank you for the sub, Boot. I'm definitely enjoying all of the viewership that I'm getting, and I'm hoping to like grow my audience so I can help even more people when it comes to this game. Our clan's region locked. We don't know the details on it. We definitely know that there won't be like direct cross play between servers. We don't know if there are going to be any cross save systems yet. I will say that it is likely there won't be cross save systems, but again, that's just in the realm of speculation right now. Nothing has been confirmed or denied. Holding out in case they release early. I mean, that would be the dream, right? Like, just keep spamming the freaking join servers thing. Probably annoying whatever, like, server allow process that they've got. And hopefully you can get in at, like, I don't know, 8:59 instead of 9 p.m. or 9 a.m. Right? I definitely like the whole emergency maneuver thing because it allows for me to greed on certain extra points. At least if I'm good enough to greed for those points. Ah. I greeded too hard. Missed that light. But I'm getting some more emergency maneuvers, which are worth pretty much the same amount of points. How many cheaters do you think Day 1 will have? I don't think that there will be any cheaters because, one, it's mobile, so it's not like they're going to be... Like, it's going to be a lot harder for them. And also, I don't know how familiar you are when it comes to, like, Chinese games or gachas in general, but they do not mess around when it comes to, like, cheaters and anti-cheats and stuff. They want to keep the experience as cheat-free as possible because obviously it's in their best interest to make sure that people don't just completely ruin the experience for everybody or gain unfair advantages in the game. So I don't think there will be any cheaters Day 1, and if they are, they will not last. They will be gone quickly. Can you use the controller and movement emulator too? Yes. You can use controller, mouse, and keyboard. I don't know if touch controls will work on Moo Player. I don't know how to interact with the mouse, but I don't think you'd want to use touch controls on PC regardless. But yeah, you can't use the controller on Moo Player. I was actually using the controller at the start because I thought that's what I would have to do. But I was pleasantly surprised to see... Well, I say pleasantly, I was extremely surprised and happy to see that mouse and keyboard was on natively through the emulator. Now we're getting some more difficult. But I'm actually really gaming with the score now. yeah, that was nice big score. Ooh. Definitely throwing a lot more stuff at me. That was... I almost got baited there. Woo. They're upping that difficulty a lot. You need that aim assist? Yeah. Well, there's actually going to be some pretty generous aim assist for PC as well. So, you know, that'd work well for you too. Yep. I mean, a lot of people use controllers. It's definitely good to have that as an option. I remember back when Genshin Impact first released, and I was playing primarily on a mobile device, but I didn't have controller support for mobile for the longest time. So I was stuck just using the touchscreen, and honestly, that game did not work very well with the touchscreen controller, or at least it didn't work nearly as well as the controllers did, or PC controls did. Yeah. See, guys, I'm not some washed unk. I can game. I can get high scores and go Ghost Go. What is the best... I got distracted. Me and my big mouth. I got distracted by chat for 1 second. What is the best emulator for PC? Well, now that I have a perfect opportunity to show off the best emulator for PC, right here on the official website, there is a nice big button right here for the Mumu player that will download it and fast track you to installing Destiny Rising. I can actually move my head over here to showcase it better. How to install and play on Mumu Player. Click the play button and download the file. Click on the downloaded file to begin the installation process. Once the installation process is complete, Destiny Rising will automatically launch. This is the fastest and easiest way to play on PC with the best emulator for Destiny Rising on PC. Okay, you might tweak the settings a little bit more on Mumu Player to like squeeze maybe some more FPS. However, these base settings are will work very well for this game. But if you are able to push your FPS because your computer is powerful enough, you can increase the FPS in the Mumu Player settings. But I got all of the rewards that I needed from it, and I got 3rd place. I beat Osiris. Sweet. Used an app called Octopus for Genshin and Wuthering Waves so you could use a controller. Well, you can use a controller natively on PC for Genshin Impact and Wuthering Waves as well. I don't really know why you would need an external app for those. Do you have to change BIOS settings? I have heard some things about like changing BIOS settings for certain computers. I didn't have to for mine. It might have just been that I had them configured already to the way that the emulator would work. But it might, depending on your PC and the settings that you have on them. If a game goes really well on mobile, then they might put it on console. Well, again, that really just depends on what kind of agreement and contract they have with Bungie. They might have something that prevents them from releasing on PC or console, or having like some official client release. Meant when the launch. Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know if I don't think, yeah, they didn't have controller support for Wuthering Waves on launch either, but they definitely got it a lot sooner than Genshin did. Or I think at least. Memory might not be serving me right. Virtualization needs to be active on BIOS to use emulators. Yeah. I probably had it active already on my PC. So you might have to tweak that in your own personal settings. pretty sure it's standard to have that activated for computers nowadays. I might be wrong on that. I'm not like super knowledgeable on computers or PC in general. I mean, I know enough to not be like bad at it, but I wouldn't really call myself any kind of expert. Right. So you have to boot into BIOS, then okay. Yeah, I mean, if your computer would require it, then yeah, you would have to boot into your BIOS to activate virtualization if it's not already active on your computer. You have a question, can you replace character weapons? You can swap character weapons from different weapon types. So you can change your auto rifle to another auto rifle, to maybe like an exotic auto rifle. And the same thing if you have a grenade launcher and heavy, but you can't change a grenade launcher to a rocket launcher currently in Destiny Rising. So whatever weapons that or whatever weapon types your character has, they will continue to have for the foreseeable future. Ah, man, I'm out of water already. Will they have new raids in Destiny Rising that isn't on D2? Yes. We already have one confirmed new raid in Destiny Rising with a hard mode also confirmed for it. And there is very likely going to be another raid coming soon to it as well. Though that is not confirmed on what kind of activity it will be, whether it's a raid or some other kind of like super endgame deal. But it is speculated to be a raid. All right. I think I'm going to take this opportunity to refill my water bottle because I definitely do not want to be dehydrated while streaming. So I will be 1 minute. Sorry, it took a little bit. We actually had some food for lunch, which is pretty nice. All right, let's see anything that I missed in chat while I was away. Does anyone know when the servers finally open up? Oryx already responded, 12 p.m. Yep. How high can the graphics go? Well, there were some pretty basic graphical options in the beta. There was like a low, medium, high, ultra. And in terms of like FPS, you can get up to like 90 FPS native on select mobile devices. However, with the Moon Player, you can push it all the way up to 240 FPS. When it comes to graphics, I mean, this is just a screenshot that I took of the game from the beta, and the graphics are also going to be improving in launch and probably post-launch as well as they optimize and enhance it even further. So, graphics will likely not be an issue for most people. Unless they're the kind of person to care about the individual hairs on somebody's body. All right. The gravy spilled out of my mashed potatoes. Hope y'all don't mind if I eat on stream. Well, I've got fried chicken, green beans, mashed potatoes, and deviled eggs. A very southern kind of breakfast. Well, not breakfast. What am I saying? Lunch or dinner. Oh, yeah. The game definitely looks graphically good. Gravy, mashed potatoes. This is Thanksgiving already. Yep. I mean, the kind of stuff that my family gets to making and eating on Thanksgiving, it's so good. It's always such an awesome time when that comes around because we've got a lot of family recipes and they are excellent. Am I eating boil slop? Nope. None of this came out of like some kind of instant bag or anything. Made fresh at the grocery store. Happy you can use the new Kishi V3 Pro on Rising? Yep, I'm happy for you too. I actually kind of considered buying a new phone for this, but then I remembered I didn't have any money, so unfortunately I won't be able to. Oh yeah, it does look really good, especially I mean honestly on all devices. And yep, I'm glad I've got it pre-downloaded as well. Though I've got a pretty good internet connection, so it wouldn't take me long to download it on launch either. I do not know when controller support will come to What's Human Mobile, or if it will come. I don't have any playtime in that game. You might have a better time searching for that information elsewhere. Diablo kicked you for using it. The emulator or a controller? Yo, Silver, what's up? Glad to see you here on the stream. I'm currently eating a little bit of lunch right now. You have movement ready, the game's ready, and you are also ready. I'm ready too. I'm sure a lot of people here are also ready to get their hands on and sink their teeth into Destiny Rising. And also, can I just say, like, the music that we've been listening to, this literally sounds like exactly like Destiny music in general. Like, the kind of just chord progression that's going on, or I don't know if chord progression is the right, but this literally sounds like something that you'd be listening to while playing through a story mission on Destiny. They did such a good job with the soundtrack. Only I hear. Oh crap! Did I not include the soundtrack audio? Oh no, I didn't. I'm sad. I've left you guys all in silence for this long. You know what? Let me back that soundtrack up a little bit so you guys can hear the thing I was talking about. Mortal right here. Like this one literally sounds exactly like something you'd be listening to while playing through the Red War. How did I get 10k points already? I'm good at go. I'm good at go ghost go. I don't really know what else to say. Yep, I'm listening to the soundtrack on YT right now. Can you all hear it on stream, by the way? I think I added it to the correct channel. Left is like T Grizzly to suffer in silence. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I'm still pretty new to like this whole streaming content creation stuff. I only got started back in like May, and I took a month break between the end of the beta and this launch period as well. So I'm prone to mistakes. Thankfully, they seem to be usually pretty minor ones. I did have an audio cutting issue on one of my videos, though, and it was a little bit painful to hear that happening on it while I was editing. Yep, listen to it and I jizz my pants of happiness. It's certainly a way to put it. Not a wrong way to put it either. This literally just sounds like something you'd be listening to in a Destiny campaign. I'm really glad that they put this out because it gives some stuff to play on my videos and my streams in the background while I'm doing other stuff. Like talking with chat, answering questions, and right now eating. How many hours until you can play? It looks to be about 22 hours and 40 minutes until the North American servers open. Not gonna lie, you were the first streamer I've been seen posting about Destiny Rising and interested in it. Yeah, honestly, I've been like really surprised just how few people were like not just putting out some videos talking about Destiny Rising, but actively covering it like as their main thing. I was pretty much like the only person who was really, really consistent with it from the beta and beyond the beta. I'm not really going to complain about it because it makes, or it directly benefits me, but I am also hoping to see a lot more creators rise for Destiny Rising, because Obviously, I wouldn't be able to carry everything on my back, and there is different appeal for different people as well. Hitsick as a character would be so dope. Yeah. Do the title in this game show by your name in the tower? Yep. You will be able to see the triumph seals that you have and any of the leaderboard titles that you have as well. Alright. Have the devs stated that cross-save between servers is supported or not? Nope, there have not been any confirmations on that or denials of it. We do know that cross-play won't be happening. That has been confirmed. Cross-save is still up in the air. Yeah, honestly, I was pretty surprised at seeing just, like, how many creators were, like, really dogging on it. I mean, it could just be the fact that it is Destiny, and it's really hard to be positive about Destiny in this day and age. And from that, it naturally garnered some more negative attention. But thankfully, from what I've seen, a lot of those voices have been a loud minority, and most people are really positive about Destiny Rising and really hopeful for it as well. Then the servers are open tomorrow. Yes, the servers are open tomorrow. The 28th is the date to mark on your calendar. If you're a true Destiny player, are you also interested in a mobile franchise as well? I'm gonna stream as well. Well, I hope you have all the success. Honestly, I hope you're more successful than me. I've seen a lot of con members wanting D3 more than anything. Yeah, like, after the final shape, going into the Edge of Fate, it has become more and more apparent that Destiny 2, in its current state, is just not sustainable for, like, content going forward. Like, between all the downsizing that Bungie has done and how hard they have stated it is to work with the tools to develop Destiny 2, like, frankly, they should have done a Destiny 3 a long time ago. Like, they should have done a Destiny 3 instead of Beyond Light, like they were originally planning. But obviously, hindsight is 2020, and it's really up to them or the developers, what they continue with. But thankfully, now we don't have to worry about Bungie alone to carry the Destiny franchise. Oh, you're already in the 28th, though? Oof. Well, I guess it will be later on the 28th for you, then. I mean, if you're in another region of the world, which I presume you would be for the 28th, you would have a different server launch time for your specific server. So depending if you would be joining the Asia Pacific, Europe, or Latin America server, it would be different start times. So just match your region with the server, or match your whatever region you're going to be joining with the start times of these, and translate the start time and the time zone that they chose for server time to your own personal region. Yo, Fyrus, I'm new to this Destiny and Bungie thing, so is Destiny Rising Mobile worth playing as free-to-play or completely avoid it? I believe Destiny Rising is at the very least worth trying out. Free-to-play is entirely viable, and I will be creating content that will specifically cater to free-to-plays and low spenders. Oh, I love this track. Sorry. Definitely give it a shot. I'll always have a soft spot to Destiny in my heart. I've played since Destiny 1. Same right here. Destiny is very, very special to me, which is why I'm so happy to see Destiny Rising being, well, this good. Remember to stay hydrated, everybody. I know y'all aren't talking as much as I am, but I mean, we're still in the middle, or we're still in late summer, so still hot. Be sure to make sure that you drink enough water. Will I be doing builds for Destiny Rising? Yes, I will be doing build videos and full character guides for Destiny Rising. So stay tuned for that. I'll likely be making one for Wolf first, because he's the character that I'm planning on maining. And I believe he is a good character for those who are willing to put in the work to play him really well. They killed it so hard with this soundtrack, man. I am planning on maining Wolf like I did in the beta. I find his playstyle and hit to be extremely fun, especially because of how high of a skill healing playing Wolf is. Oh, I'm glad to keep you here on the stream. You guys have been really nice in the chat. And it looks like my... Wow! Okay, my beginner tips video is doing really well. Oh my gosh. Now, earlier this week, like when I came back from my vacation, I was kind of just expecting myself to be around like 300 subs starting out with Destiny Rising. Maybe 350 when the game launches. I was not expecting so many people to be showing up. This has been so great. I'm glad you got Moo Moo working, Boot. I'm glad that the people in chat and myself could help out. I don't know how much help I was, but it's really, really nice to hear that you got it working. Yep, if you are, or if you like Wolf, Wolf is definitely a good character to invest in. You're in Europe, cannot play beta, you're afraid, but you're excited for the game so much. Yeah. Honestly, it honestly just feels unreal to me. I've been like going to bed at night for the past few days, and it's just like washing over me. It's just like, yeah, this is real. This is actually happening. This thing that you've been anticipating for so long is like right around the corner. You discovered the game today, started looking for info, then I found your channel. Alright, nice. Yeah, I've been covering a lot of stuff, and will continue to. So definitely, if you want to be keeping up to date on information regarding this game, stick around. Is Destiny Rising pay to win? If so, how much? Like pay to win heavy or COD mobile stuff? I don't know how much COD mobile is. I would definitely say that if you are familiar with like Wuthering Waves, in terms of like that game being like not very pay to win and very player friendly when it comes to like power creep, I'd say it's like probably a bit more from that. It's kind of like around the Warframe area, where it's like your skill and knowledge about the game matters significantly more, and I mean very, very significantly more than any amount of money that you spend in it. It's more pay to progress than anything, or pay for progress. So, and with that in mind, the more time that passes and the more time that you play, the smaller the gap will be between low spenders and free-to-plays and people who spend a lot of money on this game. Going from Ningfei, missed the arc staff though. Blades were fun. Yeah. Thankfully, Ningfei seems to have been improved between the beta and launch, especially with the addition of a new exotic that looks tailor-made for him. Additionally, the new artifact system is going to benefit him immensely. What would you say would be the best characters to start out with to take into the end game? Well, going off from my knowledge of the beta, depending on your playstyle, the best characters to go for the end game with would be Yolder, Wolf, and this isn't any particular order either. Tantu, Umeko, and then characters like Xuanwei, Gwyn, and Estella. Maybe Ningfei now that he's got a lot more tools to work for. The rest, it would probably take more effort to make them work, but they would probably still be viable if you put in the effort for them. But those would be my main recommendations. A Destiny mobile franchise is going to be a thing. What we've been talking about since Forsaken and Red War is actually happening now. So amazing. Yeah. Honestly, like, my idea of this and opinion of it has shifted so much since then. Because when, like, and I'm sure a lot of people saw that announcement that they're going to be making a Destiny mobile game, we were just like, ugh, mobile game, really? Isn't Destiny 2 good enough? Shouldn't you be focusing on Destiny 2? It's so good right now. And now we've got, like, the mobile game on our hands. We're like, this is pretty good. I actually really like this. Granted, there were a lot of changes between then and now. Like, mobile games have progressed significantly since the time it was first announced. So there is that too. What to do when you start the game. I actually posted a video about that earlier today before I started streaming. So if you want some really nice general tips for starting out, I would suggest you go ahead and watch that, because I will probably be able to dole out a lot better information in that video than I would be able to give you quickly in this stream. Just came from eating dinner and bro came better than Osiris. Yeah, I actually only died because I got distracted by reading chat. But, I mean, I could go for a better score if I really wanted to. Though I'm having a much better time chatting with you all and answering your questions. How many characters you need built to complete the endgame? 1. Okay, you only need 1 character built. The rest, you can just, like, ignore if you don't care about them at all. And it is better to focus primarily on 1 character until you can consistently clear. You're planning on getting Umeko, Wolf, and Yolder? Alright, yeah, I mean, those are some really solid picks. So Destiny Rising is like Clash of Clans because I never played Warframe or any gacha game. I mean, I haven't played Clash of Clans. I can't really make that comparison. If that what makes the connection to you in your mind, maybe? I'm not sure. Do projectiles have any magnetism in Destiny Rising? You know, those snipes that are way above hitting... Yeah, there is aim assist and projectile magnetism in Destiny Rising. It's definitely stronger on controller and touchscreen than it is on PC, but it is still noticeable. Bro, I saw they dropping Warframe on mobile as well. I pre-downloaded that as well. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. Like, I am really happy to see that we're getting back to making games really well optimized so they can run on lower end devices like mobile. Who is recommended? Are you asking which characters are recommended? Wait, is Warframe coming to mobile at the same time Destiny Rising is? I'm not sure. I could look that up actually. Warframe mobile release date. Okay, the closed beta starts fall 2025. So it's not releasing at the same time as Destiny Rising. Alright. Be cool to see what the login bonuses are. The login bonuses are some daily quests and events that will give you some extra resources. Is there a way to get Tan2 100% at the start? Because I don't like to put much time on a character not fun to play. There's not really any way to like absolutely guarantee Tan2 at the very start of the game. Unless you spend like a lot of money on pulls, which I don't really recommend you do. However, you will have to continue to play Wolf through the campaign. He is a required unit to play in most of the missions. So getting Tan2 would not like make that any different for you. And progressing through the campaign, you likely would get enough pulls to get Tan2 from the gacha. Based on your tier list video, where would you rank Ning Fei now that there's been some improvements for him? I would have to do some more testing to see how he functions with the new systems and the new exotics, and see how much they benefit him. Especially compared to how much the new systems benefit other units as well. So, but I am thinking that he would probably rise to A tier. I don't think S tier. I'm not sure if it would be enough to put him up there, but at the very least A is what I'm expecting. Will the 14-day login bonus stay forever? Not sure. It's very likely it'll stay stay as a permanent thing for new players. Yeah, which character you're newbie? Well, the characters that I would definitely recommend trying out is Wolf, which you get for free, Yolder, Tan2, Xuanwei, and other characters like Gwyn, Umeko, and Estelle, who will be coming later. You will be able to test out every single unit through character trials, so if you are a little bit wary on whether or not you should like go for a unit specifically, you can test them out without having to get them first. All right. Let's see. New Destiny versus Warframe coming to mobile in 2026. Yep. It's sick to understand what a mobile game is actually care of today. I think you mean capable of. We have COD, we have Destiny, we have Warframe, we have Counter-Strike spin-offs, we have GTA San Andreas as well. It's dope. Yeah, it's really nice to see. I mean, if you guys are like looking for some other upcoming mobile games, there are two that are on my radar right now. I haven't really talked about them much on my channel yet, but I could probably pull them up a little bit. Can you swap weapons between characters? If the characters can equip the same weapon types, they can be equipped on the same character, and they can even be equipped on at the same time. So, QnA can equip the same exact auto rifle that you have on Wolf, and she can also equip the same exact sword that you have on Yolder. However, you cannot equip an SMG if the character does not have the SMG weapon type. Alright, we are getting Halo Mobile soon if that goes on. That's interesting. Yep, Wolf is 100% guaranteed. You start out as him and you will get all of his talent upgrades for free so long as you progress through the game. Alright. Is there Wolf as 5-star now? No, he will continue to be a 4-star character, though there's not like really a big gap between the strength of a 4-star character and a 5-star character. Wolf and Umeko, despite being 4-star characters, are better than a lot of the 5-stars that are available right now, or at launch at Destiny Rising. Is it easy to swap between Google accounts on Mumu for reroll? I'm not sure. I guess it really depends on how many Google accounts you have. Again, I wouldn't really recommend re-rolling either. Alright. For the standard banner, it will be random which unit you get, or which mythic unit and 4-star unit you get, until you invest 180 pulls on the standard banner, at which point the standard banner will allow you to select any one of the mythic characters available in order to guarantee them. But talking about some of the other mobile games that have been on my radar, this one is actually also developed by, or it's not developed by NetEase, but NetEase is publishing and I think also owns the development studio behind it. It's called Ananta. This one is an anime gacha, but it's like an urban open world. So, like, this, we don't have a lot of information more on it, but if you've been interested in these kind of games before, like I have, like, you've probably heard about this at some point. Will there be a seasonal banner or just one common banner for all, chat? There will be limited banners that will shuffle in and shuffle out that offer characters like Stella and Gwen. They will be two limited characters that will be available in the first launch period. And there will be more in the future. So the plan is to play Wolf at the start until you get 10-2 and then switch to it ASAP. Well, if that's your plan, then that sounds like a good one to me. Yeah, anime GTA.
The thing that keeps us united.
Wish they'd release it early. It's such a nice surprise whenever a game opens servers early. Yeah.
Get home early and game on.
You know, we don't have any idea or any information on when specifically Anata will release. Very likely a 2026 release based on some interviews and information that we've received. Anata will be at Tokyo Game Show in September, and I'm definitely going to be covering it. I've been excited for this game since, like, 2024, before this trailer even came out, and it was still called Project Mugen. But, yeah. If you're interested in this game as well, like, be sure to stick around with my channel too, because I will be talking about this probably just as much as I am on Destiny Rising. It might be a dumb question. Will Destiny Rising be open world? So Destiny Rising won't really be open world in the same sense. It will be, you'll be able to operate it the same way as Destiny 2 does, where each zone you can travel around in it like seamlessly between the different areas. And you would have to load up into different instances for like New Haven and the two different patrol zones and the strikes. Though I will say the load times in Destiny Rising are blindingly fast, so you won't have to really worry about that being an issue. I should probably eat more of my lunch before it gets cold. Now you're excited for the next game show? Nice! Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for it too. How am I able to play? Well, I play through the Mumu Player emulator on PC, which you can get a fast track to getting it with Destiny Rising through the official website, which is very, very convenient button right here for the Mumu Player. Have you played Uma Musume? Yes, I have played Uma Musume. I can actually pull up my account for that real quick. I made it to A-League Finals, and I kind of got, like, really bodied. I honestly didn't really know what I was doing this first Champions Meet, and I got put up against, like, some really, really good Oguri in a gold ship that I just wasn't prepared for. So I got kind of completely wiped. But I've got a pretty good account, all things considered. Is the game locked to 60 FPS? No, the game is not locked to 60 FPS. Yeah, that's right. I've got daily stew. Agnes Tachyon is my favorite. These are my support cards that I've been doing some parent runs, but I've got some pretty good support cards, all things considered. I mean, I've got MLB Kitasan, I've got 3LB Super Creek, and my SRs are really good too. I recently got MLB Asian Flash. I still am only at 2LB Sweep Tosho. I did get 3LB Mayano Top Gun and MLB Manhattan Cafe though, which was really nice, especially for the long CM we're going to be heading into. And beyond that, I mean, I don't really have like anything super duper good. I mean, getting this Narita Taishin is pretty good for my gold ship, which I like a lot. She's like my second favorite. But yeah, I've got a pretty nice account, all things considered. But most people probably aren't here for Uma Musume. Yeah. Do we know when the Estella banner starts? Because, you know, I gotta pull the Illusion Dragon Girl. We don't know when the Estella banner starts. She came out at the start of Season 1 during the beta, but that might have been because the beta was a short period, and as such, they would have had to release her earlier than normal. However, she will very likely release at the very latest 3 weeks after launch. Maybe 4. Though I don't imagine that it will be 4 weeks, since, I mean, I don't think that they're going to make us wait that long to start the first season of Destiny Rising. Is it the same classes from Destiny, Solar, Void, and Arc? Each of the characters will be able to use one of the 3 elements. However, their abilities will be unique to them, and they'll put their own spins on those kind of powers. Oh, were you talking about Uma Musume, Fat Cat? Yeah, it's called Uma Musume Pretty Derby, UMAMUSUME Pretty Derby. It's a anime girl horse racing game, and I've put a little bit much time into it, to say the least. Probably not nearly as much time as I'll be putting into Destiny Rising, if we're all honest. Or if I'm honest. Yes, Gwen should be available tomorrow. She was available at the very start during the beta. I don't imagine that they're going to leave out the limited banner for even an entire week, or even an entire day when the game comes around. People are like super duper excited for Gwen. I'm sure there's a good amount of people who are playing the game exclusively because of Gwen, because they want their goth mommy warlock. Honestly, I really like mashed potatoes. Very tasty, especially with gravy. Are there items to miss forever? Those help to get character stronger, or those items are available to get at the end, either sooner or later. I don't think that there are any resources that you would have to worry about missing, because every single character building resource would be like a regular thing that you would be able to obtain and farm. When it comes to other things like maybe weapons, not entirely sure how they're going to handle it. But I don't think it would be a situation like Destiny 2 where there's like some super duper meta weapon that you could only get if you played for like 1 week 2 years ago. Let's see. How much cringe can I expect from Destiny Rising dialogue? Because you know those gacha dialogues give me secondhand embarrassment. I'd say you could definitely expect a good amount starting out with like the prologue and the first campaign, like the Jingxi Metro story. At the very least, if nothing has changed between then and launch, obviously they could have completely overhauled the campaign, which would be really good if they did. However, going on from then out, the story does improve and the dialogue also does improve. Outside of like a couple characters that may or may not also get completely overhauled when launch comes around. But again, I'm expecting everything that they haven't already changed or haven't announced that they've changed to remain the same between the beta and the launch. Granted, during my team during the alpha, I went all for Gwen during it, and man, she was pretty darn good, like insanely broken. Yeah, I mean, like pretty much, or at least most characters, if you invest in them well, will feel broken. Gwen is definitely not a bad character to play. It's just that on like a super sweaty meta perspective, she doesn't have as many use cases in comparison to some other units that are available. So she may not be as good as some other units in all content and all scenarios. So that's why some people are saying like she's not a must pull. My huge gripe against Destiny Rising is forcing characters to use certain weapons instead of letting people use whatever they want. Give people freedom to use anything. It broadens loadouts for the better. Yeah, I have always been saying that I would really, really hope to see that they open up the weapon slots more. Maybe not completely open up the weapon slots, because then it could be more difficult to balance and build character kits, because every single character has kits that are specifically designed around weapons. So they would have to balance increasingly more for every single character, and would also increase the design budget for a lot of characters moving on forward. What I think would be more realistic is to add a selection of more weapons, like getting 3 primary weapons to choose from and 3 power weapons to choose from, or getting 2 weapon categories that you can equip any weapon type in. And I feel like that would be the best for all units to drastically increase their viability in a lot more content. Of course, they have not announced going forward with any system changes like that, and the game itself in its current state, I wouldn't really say is not fun, or it significantly makes the experience worse because of it. Gotta buy NetEase stocks to change it. Good luck with that. They're huge. The weapons locking on character haven't created enough of a storm for NetEase to care. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's not enough of a detriment to the experience of the game to really make it a major issue. I would love to see it, but at the same time, if I don't see it, I'm not going to be like, NetEase lied to us! Just crash out like that. Why don't they just have a base set, which is a lock set, and the other 3 sets are completely fully customizable? It really just comes down to the way that they're trying to go about different units. I mean, obviously, keeping different units more, or keeping the units more limited, benefits them on a monetary standpoint, because other characters going on in the future could have certain weapon combinations that people would really, really like. But again, I still think it would be better if we had a small selection, or, well, small in comparison to the total amount of weapons available, but a selection of about 3 weapons per slot to choose from in order to help people, acclimate to characters better. Because I know there's a lot of people out there who probably aren't going to enjoy Tantu or Umeko simply due to the fact that they use a scout rifle and a sniper rifle. And if Tantu or Meko could equip like a pulse rifle or a hand cannon, then it would probably, fix that for a lot of people, which is one reason why I would definitely like to see that happen. But again, keeping the weapons limited is good for them in terms of balancing. It helps them, make the characters, or it helps them develop characters easier, and obviously makes it so that they are able to then create more characters with this smaller design budget. Super Cope here, but it's possible we may be surprised tomorrow. We may have to see, but you never know. Yeah, I mean, that is a very, very Cope thing. There were some like crackpot theories going around, but the way I'm operating it, if they haven't announced a change and we haven't observed the change, it probably won't change, or at least won't change drastically. A huge system change like that would almost definitely have made it into marketing. So, it could come later as like a huge system-wide change, because we have seen certain things like that happen. But again, all that is just speculation. Gotta drink some more water. I just realized that my music finished playing. Oh wait, it didn't finish playing. I didn't continue playing it. Oops. All right. Well, we got music back, boys. Yep. Let me check and see and make sure that I'm not missing anything. Nope, not there. Oh, what's this? Oh, okay. You don't spend money on copium? True. Do not spend anything based on a hope and dream, okay? If you're not willing, or you shouldn't spend it if you think the game is going to get good, you should spend it if you think the game is good. Years and years of Destiny 2 have taught that to me very well. Chat's quiet, so I'll continue eating. Can you gamble your Glimmer in Destiny Rising Blackjack? Nope. At least not at launch, presumably. Who knows, they could have shadow added that, specifically because you asked for it. Definitely gonna have to find some less messy foods to eat when launch comes around and I'm streaming then. Bro went sleepy. No, I'm not sleeping. Just eating. I'm gonna try and finish this up so I don't have anything else that would break my focus for stream. Especially with chat as good as you all are. Yeah, Destiny Rising does have a card game. It's called Shadow Shaper Duels. From what I hear, it's kind of like, well, I played it, but I didn't play Gwent, which people compared it a lot to. It doesn't have betting rewards, no. But you will get rewards for playing it and beating other players and NPCs in. I've been eating fried chicken, mashed potatoes, and green beans and deviled eggs. Almost done with it now, though. Gonna try and finish it quickly. Rerolling would likely take a bit more than an hour to get through all of the missions in order to then reroll. However, I definitely wouldn't recommend rerolling because it can easily burn you out of the game, and account progress matters a lot more than getting a particular character starting out in the game. Alright. Set that aside. Now I'm done with it. Okay. Well, you now all have my full undivided attention again. No more food to distract me. I've got a full belly and a head full of ideas and answers to any questions that you might have. Of course, I can try and get that higher score on Go Go Skull if I want. But I'm also really enjoying listening to this soundtrack. There's so much music in this game. Is your starter character randomized? No. Everybody will be starting out with Wolf. And you will also be getting the same guaranteed 4 stars. However, the characters that you get from the gacha will be random compared to other people. What exotic will I be grabbing after the 14-day login? Me personally, I think it's a toss-up between Crimson and Huckleberry, since I believe those two weapons have more longevity than Borealis. Because when it comes to exotic snipers, you will almost definitely be running Izanagi over all other options in the endgame. Borealis can have like a small niche when it comes to maybe like the Grandmasters, but Izanagi's wouldn't be that much worse to use it over Borealis. You hope servers don't overload like every other game? Yeah, I hope so too. Honestly, like, I had no server issues in the beta, but there was obviously significantly fewer people signing in. But you probably won't have to expect it to be anywhere near as bad as, like, a Destiny 2 DLC launch is. You're going with Crimson 2? Yep. Well, when it comes to the particular exotics, you do also have to realize that you will only be able to equip them on particular characters. Crimson, the only character we know of that uses a hand cannon currently is Atal. So, if you don't like Atal in the game, you might want to select a different one. Like, for instance, if you like Yolter or Ningfei, it might be better to pick up Huckleberry because they use SMGs. But you don't have Lucky Pants in this game. You don't have Lucky Pants yet. We do not know what future characters will be like. I mean, for all we know, we could get Kate 6 with Lucky Pants intrinsically, and he just goes insane with the hand cannon. Are there going to be raids? Yes, there will be raids. And there will be a week 1 challenge, similar to contest difficulty, for both the normal version of the raid and the hard mode version of the raid, which will be coming later this season. Or later in Season 1. Yeah, I think most players in the beta picked Huckleberry. Release is, well, it depends on your region, but release is, or for each particular server, is set to be around 9 a.m. for the local time on the 28th. So if you're in North America, release would not be tonight, release would be sometime tomorrow around 9 to noon, depending on your area. And what about Huckleberry? There's no Peacekeepers in this game? Well, I mean, Huckleberry's just good, honestly. I mean, pretty much all the exotics are good. I personally recommended Huckleberry because there are more characters to use the SMGs on, and if you don't like Atal, and you're not planning on playing Atal, then that hand cannon is just going to be sitting in your inventory gathering dust. And by the time that another hand cannon character came out that you might like more, and might want to play, you would have enough resources or have already obtained Crimson or other hand cannons. You don't know if you want to main Yolder or Gwyn? I mean, that's ultimately something that you'll have to decide when launch comes around. Thankfully, you will be able to test them out both in character trials. So you can figure out whichever one you like the playstyle of more. They both will operate around the same kind of, like, effectiveness range. They're both going to be void characters who have decent levels of mobility and are very close range. And the main difference being that Yolder will have access to 2 different weapon types, being the rapid fire SMG and the impact sword, while Gwyn will only have impact weapons. Additionally, Yolder will also have a bubble and some other support options for her teammates, while Gwyn will be very, very selfish. Though Gwyn will probably have more consistent damage than Yolder will. So again, just play both in the trials and figure out which one that you like more to invest in. And something stuck in my teeth. Let's do some Go Ghost Go. I've already got all the rewards, but the game's just fun. Got some nice point numbers there. Hope that the Bad Juju event that was in the alpha comes soon too. Yeah, I would love to add Bad Juju in Destiny Rising. And personally, I feel like Bad Juju might push excel to like S tier if it functions in a similar way to what it does in Destiny 2 and Destiny 1. Well, I wonder what element they'd make bad juju. Because every single weapon in Destiny Rising is going to be an elemental weapon. Like, Sweet Business is solar. And there's other things like that. Personally, I feel like they'd probably make it Void. Just because it kind of has that same sort of feel like Devour and such. Who knows, really? Oh, I just realized, are you the same Arjun that is in the Destiny Rising server? If so, then, like, welcome to chat. I wasn't honestly expecting to see you in here. Yeah, nice! Like having my friends around with me. Alright. Oh, what? That got me? Well, darn. Didn't thread the needle there. I'm gonna have to be a lot better if I'm gonna beat Felwinter. You got kicked from the Destiny Rising server? What did you do? Hope it wasn't anything bad. It'd definitely be a big disaster if I ever got kicked from Destiny Rising server. So I'm doing my best to be a good boy. Not break any of the rules. I will greed as much as I can for points and go-go's go. Talking about drugs? Oh. Yeah, that'd do it. Probably be a good idea to keep that talk out of the game as well when you play it. I greeted too hard. I shouldn't have done that. It would be pretty funny if somebody did a Go Ghost Go competition. Like Go Ghost Go tournament, see how high people can push these leaderboards. Maybe I should host that. That would be pretty fun, honestly. We could do like a score attack and how long people last. 2 different round types. How much score you can get in a short amount of time and how long you can last. Didn't say anything about drugs though. My clan was just called severely medic. Oh. I don't know. I mean, that might have just been enough. Do it. I mean, they probably just want to avoid anything on that topic whatsoever. Same thing when it came to, like, politics. It's just volatile stuff in general. Especially when it comes to the legal realm. Well, I guess legal, not so much for politics, but... I greeted. Go, Ghost, go, world champs, yeah. Maybe I should do that for, like, the downtime of the first major seasonal patch, like going from Season 1 to Season 2. Have a Go, Ghost, go tournament. Just see how much these players can push this little tiny minigame. I guess this is a bit more of like a topic for the people who are specifically in my Discord community, but would you guys like to see some, like, community events go on? Like, I don't know, maybe tournaments or other sort of rallies? Because I've definitely been thinking about hosting some stuff like that for my community when the game's a bit more established. And there's a bit less stuff going on. Because I feel like that'd be really fun, especially if we have, like, Crucible private matches. So, hosting tournaments or scrims. And, I don't know, maybe we can get somebody to be a caster for those matches. I feel like that would be really, really fun, too. Was there an established meta in the beta? Yeah, but the meta was typically pretty broad. There was a lot of units that were good and were meta. But when it came to something like damage specifically, there was a pretty strong meta with that, and that meta was called Izanagi's Burden. If you are a character who could equip Izanagi's Burden, you could deal loads of damage. But apart from that, it wasn't anything like, there's only like 1 or 2 characters that you would use ever, and if you don't use those 2 characters, you're thrown. Nothing stupid like that. Down for a SRL Discord race? Yeah. Can do like some prizes for that as well. Give away some Nitro. The new Tetris. Yeah. Just play Go Ghost Go while waiting for the service to start. This is probably what I'm going to be doing tomorrow, because I'm planning on starting my stream 2 hours before the game launches, so people can pile in kind of like how it's going on today, and just have a chill time chatting with them, answering some more questions for people before we all get into the game that we've been so excited to get our hands on. Honestly, if they put this game on their official website, they probably would have gotten a lot of people going on there to check it out just to do it there. But I think it's a lot more fun having it in the game. Is the starting roster of characters confirmed? Yes. We will be getting 10-2. Or the 5 stars we'll be getting are 10-2. Let me think. 10-2, Yolder, and Ningfei for the standard banner. You'll be getting Gwyn as the first limited unit. And for the 4 stars, we will be getting Xuanwei, a cow, Wolf, Ikora, Caber, and when later in Season 1, we'll get Estelle as a second limited unit, and Umeko as our first 4-star added to the roster. Who would I pick between Gwyn and Estelle? Personally, I would pick Estelle. That's just my personal preference, though. And it's going to be different for people depending on what they like in a character's playstyle, in a character's personality, and what their account would be. I feel like people would probably benefit more from having Estelle than Gwyn, because Yolder can fit a lot of the same roles that Gwyn would, and can do a bit more than Gwyn would, even if she may not be as good at a particular thing that Gwyn specializes in. Also, Cell shares the same equipment as a starter 4-star Caber, so if you already built some stuff for Caber in terms of weapons, you would have similar things for Estelle when she came out. I hope they put more effort into PvP as well. I really hope that we get more maps, more modes, and private matches, as well as endgame PvP modes like Iron Banner and Trials. I mean, more maps would be especially good, because in the beta we only had Vostok and I think it was Meltdown. So a very, very limited map selection. But we already know that there are confirmed to be more Sparrow Racing maps coming to the full launch of the game. So there is a good chance that we could see more Crucible maps as well. Whoever will play on PC, beware if you use Mumu, you need to change. You need two things in the setting, like changing the phone model, or the game will run like crap. Yeah, there might be some things that you would want to tweak, though. The build that you would download from the official site for on Destiny Rising would likely be particularly tooled to work best with Destiny Rising. You never played the beta, but you are a D1, D2 vet. What is the learning curve for me, please? I'd say, in terms of like general knowledge about the game, you will likely have, be good enough there, between just like knowing what perks are like, the guns, so on and so forth, so long as you read your character's abilities and the perks of weapons. However, when it comes to certain other systems, like the gearing system with the artifacts and some other details like where to get certain materials, it would be like probably a bit steeper of a learning curve. I have a lot of experience in both Destiny and gacha, so I picked up on a lot of things very quickly. So I'd say you probably have everything figured out within the first month, if not the first 2 weeks. Especially if you watch my videos. Anybody who watches my videos should be coming out with a much better understanding of the game than anybody who's just going at it on their own. When's Maru coming? They haven't mentioned her at all. We do not know when Maru is coming. It's likely and speculated that she'll be coming sometime around either late season 1 or season 2, though there is nothing confirmed. Also, if anybody wants any particular settings for the Mumu player, I showed all the settings that I used personally for my Mumu player in a video on it that I posted prior. Though it would likely be easier if somebody made like a text post with just all of the different settings, and that would be really nice for somebody to have on the official server for Destiny Rising. You've never played a gacha or mobile game except Angry Birds? Yeah. It is a very different environment, though it's not a worse environment, I will say. I've been playing a lot of gacha games for like the past year, and Destiny Rising is easily one of the best ones that I have picked up. Ooh, Man, already hit the 4-hour mark. Time really flies when you stream. Oh, I've got some messages on Discord that I missed. Ooh. Well, that's certainly a direct message that I received. Um, I'm not sure if I can help out with that situation, Obi-Wan. I don't really have like a direct communication line with the moderators. Though that is an unfortunate situation that you've got yourself into. Oops. Oh, music, run it. Did run out. Well, now we're in the part 2 of the soundtrack. Well, back to chat. Is it open world? It is not open world in the sense that you can travel between all of the different locations and regions. But within any given zone that you land into, like any given area, you will be able to seamlessly travel between all of the different spaces in that area. And additionally, the load times are extremely fast, so you will not have to worry about those being an issue. Must say, thanks for the new video about what to expect when Destiny Rising launches. You earned a sub. Thank you very much. I've been putting a lot of effort into giving people the best information that I can dole out, and also trying to make sure that it's as accurate and really timeless as it can be. So that if there's ever somebody coming in like, oh, maybe it's launch day, I mean, if I talked about a whole bunch of stuff that happened in the beta, obviously that wouldn't really be good for them. Guardian Leitmotif mentioned, yeah. Actually, let me see if I can find what composer worked specifically on Destiny Rising that was from Bungie. Yeah, it was Rotem Moav. R-O-T-E-M Moav. So this guy, we can see what specific Destiny tracks he worked on previously. So he was involved in a lot of stuff with the Edge of Fate soundtrack. Let's see where else. Soundtrack. Let's just like open all of these and Control F Rotem Moav. Alright, not the original one. What about the... Okay, so Inner Light, Last Right, EDZ, Utopia Fallen, What We Fight For, Payback, Pathfinder, Legion's March, The Blight, Dreaming City, that's a good one, Trickster, Hangman, oh, I love the Hangman track, Shaper of Wishes, Mindbender, Sacrifice, The Mad Bomber. Helped write, or he was credited in Siva Swarm, Young Wolf, Forge and Flame. What about Lightfall? Cloud Arc, No Peace, Taking Root, Accelerant, Renaissance, Renaissance, yeah. Hypernet Current, Breakthrough. Wasn't into Whisper of the Worm. Shadowkeep, Eden, On the Hunt, Escape the Abyss, Temptation, Trespass, The King's Descent, Drown in the Deep, Oh, wait, which one is Drown in the Deep? Because if Drown in the Deep is the Disciples theme, Rolk. If it's Rolk's theme, that would be really nice because I really like that track. The Light Blade, Underworld, and Yours to Win. Let's see the Final Shape. I actually don't remember much about the Final Shape soundtrack. All those tracks and Taken King. Nothing on Taken King. So it looks like he was brought on for Rise of Iron and Forward. Oh. How many hours until the release? Well, if I take a look right here, it is about 21 and a half hours until the North American release of Destiny Rising. Of course, depending on your region, it could be different. I accidentally just closed the website that I was trying to open. Right here, we can see the official launch times for each regional server for Destiny Rising. So if you're not in the North American server, make sure that you check these other server times for the particular server that you will be joining. How different is this from Destiny 2 or kind of the same? The general moment-to-moment gameplay of Destiny Rising will be very similar to Destiny 2. Not exactly the same, but it has the same kind of feel. I'd say in terms of like game feel, it's probably like 80 to 85% the same to Destiny 2. When it comes to like the overall systems you'll be interacting with, it will be different. You really love Wolf's design? I really love Wolf's design too. Like, I would love to have a Wolf cosplay IRL. I would definitely wear it to an event, even though I would probably get really, really hot underneath all that armor. But it would definitely be worth it for the drip. No, Destiny Rising is not out yet, unfortunately. We are still waiting, and I will be waiting till tomorrow for the North American release of Destiny Rising. It's not out now on iOS. You can pre-download the game. If you open it up on your phone and install it, you will be able to download the app, and then if you open it, you'll be able to download all of the assets that you would need for the game prior to its full launch coming later. Yeah, I want that wolf helmet. Maybe if I get big enough on YouTube, I'll earn enough ad revenue so I can buy a wolf helmet and just have that and be able to put it on. I definitely wouldn't be able to wear it on any streams because, like, how would I fit my headset underneath that? Or, I don't know how it would sound on the microphone with it on. Probably be like, "Hello guys, hello everybody, Agent Fires here. How's it going, everybody?" Something like it'd be goofy. Yeah, you can also play the minigame in the menu. It will give you a little bit of extra rewards, so it's definitely nice to play it, especially because the minigame is actually fun. I mean, it says available now. I guess available to download, but they're just like prepping it. Sometimes they release some things a little bit early, like the news post that I went over yesterday was actually available a little bit earlier than it should have been on the website, and I got access to it a little bit earlier and read through it, but the video came out on time as well. You have a Celestial Nighthawk helmet? Ah, that's nice. When it comes to some, like, Destiny 2 replicas, or Destiny replicas, I want a mountaintop replica because that's, like, my favorite legendary weapon ever. And that's, like, the only weapon that I really, really want. Maybe a Fighting Lion replica, because I like that gun a lot, too. Yep, they are promoting Moo Player directly on the website, and they have a fast-track version of it that will install Destiny Rising as well as the Moo Player instantly. I mean, it's developed by the same company. NetEase made Moo Player, NetEase made Destiny Rising, so it's just, you know, What's that image of Barack Obama putting the medal on himself? It's exactly like that. I would love a Duke MK44 replica. Yeah, that's a pretty nice beefy gun. Honestly, I kind of wish I had played with Duke during its heyday because, like, that was just juiced with stats during its heyday in Destiny 2. Tell me an alternative to Mumu Player for Mac. Mumu Player? Mumu Player you can use on Mac. Like, I'm almost 100% certain. Yeah, it's on iOS. Or iOS software. Yeah. Yeah, download for Mac right there. So you can use Mumu for Mac. If they would buff underperforming characters later in the game's life, it's not determined if they would buff characters in the future. I mean, characters will obviously get indirectly buffed as they release more artifacts and they release more weapons that would function with characters. However, we also don't know if they would even need to buff characters because they could balance the game in such a way to where power creep is extremely negligible. And that would be the good ending. Can you play on Asia then switch to NA and keep your data? We do not know, okay? There's no confirmation on that whatsoever, and I would suggest that you wait to start playing until the region that you are planning on playing on permanently comes out. Mumu Player is not free on Mac. You can literally just download it. Only a 7-day trial? Really? It's only a... Is Mumu Player on Mac free? Ah, okay. Wait, Mumu Player Pro. Just get normal Mumu Player. Like, is it because this is just the Pro version? Is the regular version not available? Will I be making tier lists? Yes, I will be making tier lists. Many gachas never touch the characters after they've been released, and I'm scared that would happen. Yep, but of course we would have to wait and see how that turns out. If they do mess up the balancing and power creep in this game, I will be the well, I may not be the first person to call it out, but I'll definitely be on the ball for that. Because I want to keep playing the characters that I like to play. And Wuthering Waves has already proved that it is viable to sell characters entirely based on their aesthetics rather than the meta. So, there is precedent that games can succeed without having to harshly power creep. You gonna try it on Asia, then switch later on? Okay. But yeah. I mean, obviously, you can test to see if there is some cross-save. I expect there to not be cross-save. But... you know, it could be different. Like, just finish the prologue or something on Asia that... yeah. Of course, that is if it is available to select, because... I can only see the North American server on my client, though. Could be... oh, right there. Okay, you can swap them in the settings. what time does the game launch? The time the game launches is different for every single server, so depending on which server that you will be joining, it will be launching around early August 28th. For the North American release, which is what I will be playing on and covering, it will be launching in about 21 hours. The server launch times for Asia Pacific will, it's that time zone at 9 a.m. Europe is CEST at 9 a.m. Latin America is BRT at 9 a.m. So just convert the time zone to your local area, depending on which server that you are going to be joining. And then you can play Destiny Rising when it comes out. Will Destiny Rising have crossplay? Destiny Rising will have crossplay between Android, and that includes the Movie Player emulator, and iOS devices in the same server. There will not be crossplay between the separate regional servers. However, we do not know about any cross-save situation, if there are any going to be any plans to support that on launch or in the future. I mean, the only alternative to Movie Player that I know of is BlueStacks. I don't know if that's available on Mac. Okay, it looks like BlueStacks is available on Mac. I don't know if it's available for free on Mac. Well, it says free app player. Okay. So, it looks like you can use BlueStacks if there's just no free version available on Mac. If the Pro version is the only version available for Mac. Should you roll for a certain hero at launch or just level up the beginner one first? Well, I'd say it's definitely good to try out all the different characters in the trials that you're interested in, and then go for the character that you would want to play in the endgame the most. But you will have to play Wolf, the starter unit, throughout the story, so it is likely to good, or it is going to be good to upgrade him at least a little bit. Once you reach around the endgame levels, like 60 and beyond, you will want to pick a specific character to main and hard focus on leveling them up and nobody else, at least until you are able to clear endgame consistently. Alright, Android and iOS. Yeah, Android and iOS can play together. Okay, so long as they are on the same regional server. You're going to use your DualSense Edge Pro controller. Thank God this game supports controller. Yep. And thank God it supports MNK as well, because it's just so nice on PC. How long is the start campaign? The campaign at launch will probably take you anywhere from like 4 to 5 hours to maybe at max 8 hours. I don't know all the details on it, or if they added any more story content. But from my experience in the beta, that's around the amount of time that I spent doing it myself. I got more. They're talking up in the group chat. Let me just skim through this real quick. All right. Just some discussion going on. All right, back to chat. Ooh. Yeah, the game natively supports M&K, and it will seamlessly swap between the input methods that you use. It was a really nice surprise for me on the beta launch when I saw it. How long more? For the North American server, it's about 21 hours. So, one more sleep for North America until Destiny Rising comes out. Is the campaign solo, or can you run through it with friends? The campaign was solo. There were strike missions throughout the campaign that you could play with friends, but I didn't know of any options to play through the campaign with other people. It was so insane to me. I got much more excited when I saw the UI with the keyboard and mouse. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people were really, really happy to see the M&K support. How are your plans about guides? We need a video about tier lists and what to do daily first. Yep, I will definitely be putting out some early guides on stuff to chase after and where to spend your pinnacle energy in this game in order to get the most out of your account for every single stage that we will be going through throughout this launch period. Because the UI looked really bad on some streamers who played the closed beta. Yeah. There have definitely been a lot of UI improvements between the beta and the launch. Imagine they release Cade 6 with his hand cannon. I mean, that would be the money printer right there. The money maker. Release Cade 6 and you do a whole quest with him and get Ace of Spades. Now that would be really awesome. Is there a reroll guide? No, there isn't a reroll guide. My best suggestion to reroll is to not reroll. There's not a lot of pulls that you would get immediately on rerolling, and the benefits that you would get from rerolling do not really outsize the negatives of burning yourself out by rerolling and delaying your progression on your account. Doesn't Destiny Rising have its own version of raids? Yes. In the beta, it was called Gauntlet Onslaught. I believe they've stuck with the name. However, with the developer preview, they have also used Raid and Gauntlet Onslaught interchangeably. So, don't know if they have like a different distinction with it. But yes, there will be raid activities in Destiny Rising. 200 rolls for free is still insane. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty nice, especially because so many of the units in this game are so good and so balanced around each other, at least for the most part. Yep. Of course, a lot of those rolls starting out will be for the standard banner, but it's a really good thing that there's no 50-50s, so it's not like standard banner pulls will feel more useless because you won't be getting standard banner characters randomly from the limited. And also, the pulls are worth more per pull because it only takes 60 to reach hard pity. And also, pity linearly scales upward the further you get in compared to like being flatline and then you reach soft pity. How about weapons? There will be no weapon banner. Weapons will be entirely earned through gameplay. Okay? So that means all of your pulls will only go towards obtaining the characters. meaning that the pull value goes up even higher compared to other gachas. Which is another reason why I'm saying, like, account progress matters a lot more, because you will be getting the majority of your power from characters by playing the game, and it's very likely that you'll be able to get all the characters you want because of the limited roster that we have at launch and how many pulls that you're able to get. Do you know the weapons for each character that they'll have access to? Yes. We know all of the weapons that the characters used in the beta. And if you want to see footage of every single character with their weapons, my tier list video has footage of me playing every single unit in some scenario, whether it's their character trial or some other content, and you'd be able to see all of the different weapon types from that. You're welcome. Glad to help. Like, I am here to disperse as much good information to as many people as possible, and I'm glad you like me enough to stick around. I definitely enjoy live streaming a lot, and I definitely won't be slowing down with the videos at all. I'll probably record some videos for my channel while streaming as well. Just get them cut down. I don't have an editor yet. I've been looking around to see if I can find one that I could afford. I mean, it's just really, really simple video editing. Nothing really fancy at all. But I also don't really have access to a lot of money on hand currently. Is there a meta character I'm hearing? Gwyn? Gwyn, she's good. I wouldn't really say she's meta defining. She's definitely, like, worth it if you want her. It felt like a while ago where I said, what if D2 comes to mobile? And how lo and behold. Yeah, I mean, it honestly kind of feels like a fever dream, even as I'm sitting right here, having already played the beta, with the Destiny Rising app open on my Mumu player. And also installed on my phone. So if I'm ever out and about and I'm like, I want to play some Destiny Rising, it's right here. I got it. Your phone will be on fire trying to do raids for hours? Yeah. You're gonna want to get one of those gaming phones with, like, the coolers on it. The extra fans on the back. Well, it's been a bit. Reminder for you all to drink water and stay hydrated. I know you're not yapping as much as I am, but you will still lose water over time. I do have a character tier list up. They don't have a lot of details on the best in slot weapons, because I wasn't able to test all of that in the beta, and there will be more weapons coming to the launch of the game. But when it comes to the general strength of units compared to one another, that will likely remain somewhat accurate going into launch, as we didn't observe many drastic changes with the units. Though you can expect some units to shift up or maybe shift down a little as we learn more about those changes, and as additions like the new artifact system and any new exotics or mythic weapons that they've added change the game in its own way. Making sure that all of my notifications are through. Alright, which character are you looking forward to? I'm looking forward to Wolf. I'm also looking forward to playing Yolder more, because I didn't get to play her much in the beta. And I'm also interested in playing Estelle and Umeko, because I didn't get to play much of them either in the beta. But really all of them, I really like playing pretty much all the units, and I'm definitely anticipating building all of them and reviewing all of them for people for this game, and providing the most accurate guides that I can for them. But Wolf is definitely the character I'm looking forward to playing the most. I heavily enjoyed his playstyle, especially how much skill expression there was involved with him. And I definitely want to max clear or full clear the Expanse with him a second time at launch. Maybe even get a much better leaderboard position than I ended off in the beta with. What about characters in Destiny? What characters in Destiny lore would I want to be added? Let me think. I would definitely be interested in what they would do with a character like Endel Brask, the previous Hunter Vanguard, because, I mean, he would still be alive around this time in Destiny Rising. Beyond that, Shin Malphur. I would absolutely love to have a whole quest around Shin Malphur and Dredgen Yor. Now, the Thorn versus Last Word deal, that would be amazing. Let's see. I mean, Eris Morn. It would be really cool to see what Eris Morn would be like as a Lightbearer, and potentially even going down a different route with Crota, maybe even completely preventing the Great Disaster entirely. How do multiple copies of characters work? So, for 5-star units, the mythic units in the game, every single copy that you get beyond the first one will unlock one talent node on their talent tree. When it comes to the 4-star units, and there's 6 talent nodes for both 4 stars and 5 stars. When it comes to 4-star units, the first 2 talent nodes will only cost 1 copy, and then further talent nodes will cost more, increasing up to a total of 3 at a time for the final talent node. And I believe the number we heard was 11 total for a 4-star unit to max out, and 7 total for a 5-star unit to max out. But of course, you only really need the initial copy in order to have a character be good. Wolf is a free unit, and all of his copies will be free, so there's that as well. You'll be able to completely max him out, no worry, so long as you play through the game. I think solo queue rating is going to be an issue. Definitely not as big of an issue as people may expect, and definitely not as big of an issue as LFG would be. The raid mechanics are definitely easier to digest, and with the enhanced communication systems like the ping system, and also being able to ping certain raid mechanics through the UI, it would be a lot easier to form a group and make a cohesive unit and communicate as like solo player and LFG through a raid than it would be normally. Good choices. Last Word, I love it. Yeah, I would definitely love to see the Last Word storyline in Destiny Rising. Not a Titan main Crayon Eater, but I would love to play as Lord Shaxx or even the Iron Lords. Those are definitely some great choices as well. I mean, Lord Shaxx, that would just, I imagine, be one of those units like Cade 6 where people would just throw money to get. Definitely like a unit to bring out when they want a lot of hype for the game. Especially because we're in around the time frame where we could have an actual story
of Lord Shaxx still being a warlord, and then we fight against them and eventually bring him to the good side. Well, you're in luck. The Titans in this game are good. Yolder's great. Xuan Wei's great. I mean, Caber and Finale are only alright. But Yolder and Xuan Wei, both excellent. You have a question. They said Destiny Rising comes out local time tomorrow at 9 a.m. So what does that mean if I'm on East time? Will it come out on 9 a.m. EST? No, so it's 9 a.m. Pacific US time. So if you're on the eastern side of the US like I am, it will be coming out at noon, which would mean it's 21 hours from now. Yeah, Zavala Bubble Shield! Now, something that's actually really nice to me, bringing it up from, Zavala, it's because we had like those sort of like AI assistant moments in Destiny 2 where they kind of just like sat down behind a shield or something and didn't really do a whole lot. Destiny Rising has really robust AI, so we will have actual situations where there could be a AI unit in the story fighting alongside us. Is in the game 3 classes or all characters are different? So each character technically belongs to a certain class, and that will determine the type of jump and maybe some other things about them. However, the classes do not make a significant role in terms of like a character's overall abilities. Like, you won't have class abilities in this game in the same way you would have class abilities in Destiny 2. What time would it be in Hawaii? Well, there's this fancy little thing we can do called time zone conversion. So, Hawaii time zone. Okay, it's HST, UTC minus 10. So, EST to HST. 9 a.m. Alright, and it looks like it would be... No, I don't know, okay, it's set to 9 a.m. Okay, so if we're looking here, it would be 9 a.m. So it would be 6 a.m. for you in Hawaii when the game comes out for the North American server. So that would be the time that you are looking out for. Imagine a Crota raid. I mean, it's very possible. Crota has already appeared in Destiny Rising story, and he was fully voiced. He seemed to be a major player that they were teasing for later. I definitely would see a Crota raid in the future of the game, but probably not at launch. It's midnight 30 for you there. Yeah, you should probably go to sleep. Just remember, sleeping is like fast traveling closer to Destiny Rising's release. Okay? Don't stay up, because the fresher you are rested, the better it will be for you at launch. Yep. I will definitely see you later. Thanks for your viewership, and also thanks for your sub. Is Gwen still use SMG and shotgun for power weapon, or was she changed? she will be using dual sidearms and a shotgun, because they added dual sidearms in the beta and gave Gwyn them, and that's one of her signature weapon types. So it has been changed. I might have to take another quick bathroom break. Should probably refill my water bottle as well. And talking sure does dehydrate you quickly. Well, I will be just a couple minutes, so please stick around until then. Or I should edit that real quick. Alright, I will be back momentarily. Alright. Hope I didn't keep you all waiting way too long. Let's see. What did I miss? What are the chances Umeko gets added to the discount starter banner? I mean, if you're talking about the standard banner, Umeko will be added to the standard banner as soon as she releases, because she is a 4-star unit. So chances are she will be. Guaranteed. Destiny Rising R34 review when? I think I would like to keep my channel. Personally. So, probably not. Oryx, slim chances. I mean, if they're bringing in Crota, I could definitely see Oryx coming in later. Especially because he is just one of those, like, legendary characters in Destiny. Like, if you're bringing out Oryx, you mean business. And personally, I think NetEase means business. By NetEase did say to provide weekly updates so there could be a 4-star rotation type scene. Well, I think by weekly updates they meant like regular updates to the modes and refreshes of resources. Outside of like the bigger monthly updates and seasonal updates. Along with adding more events. Now, something that I would definitely like to see in Destiny Rising is a double drop event. So, like, you get double the rewards for claiming Pinnacle Energy on strikes, or Legendary Campaign, or some other thing. Will Destiny Rising feature 4-star selection, aka 4-star guarantee on banners? There were no announced plans for a system like that. However, you will be able to get 4-star dupes from the Pity Currency shop, and for the purchase bonus of the Journey bundles, which is for silver, so it is paid, there was a 4-star unit selector box. So maybe in the future we could see some more like free-to-play friendly options of that. Since that we could be helpful in focusing certain 4-star like Arc Punch Titan guy. Yep. Currently the only thing we will have is featured 4-star units on the limited banner, as well as being able to purchase duplicates in the shop for the Pity Currency. Celestial Collision. I wonder if we're gonna hear the Nexus Interface Strike. Maybe it's in Convergence, or maybe it's this track that we're listening to right now that it'll pick up later. I am very comfortable in saying that... Sorry, I swallowed an ice cube. I'm very comfortable at saying that free-to-play players will be able to clear the raid week 1. Day 1, you would probably have to like sweat really hard to complete day 1, but so would whales. That's just like... You wouldn't be able to get enough of advantage from spending money early on to like make the day 1 clear easy. But throughout the week 1, you'll get more power levels and more character strength, so week 1 definitely. And I am also planning on doing carries for that week 1 raid. So stay tuned for that after me and my team get our clear. Because we will be making sure every single person can get their clears and get all of the special rewards from that. Week 1 hard mode is gonna be like in season 1, like that's not going to be for a while. We're going to have plenty of time to prep for hard mode, especially free-to-play players. You will have many weeks of endgame materials that you can grind, as well as from all the events as well. Like, it is what setup am I gonna run for week 1? It really depends on what characters I have and what my teammates have. Though Wolf, I am definitely planning on bringing for at the very least the first 2 encounters, and for the final encounter, it really depends on which units and exotics that I'm able to obtain. Yolder would be good. Gwyn, maybe not as good as Yolder, at least for final encounter. Like, those 2 probably be able to do some stuff. Tantu definitely, especially if you get Izanagi's Burden, because of the DPS checks you'll need. Wolf could be good as a budget DPS option because it's not the Elixir Grenade Launcher. And beyond that, Caber with the Season Pass exotic might actually have a small niche in that day 1 environment because of how limited the resources are. Though, do not take me for my word on that. That is pure speculation. Okay, that is not proven in the slightest. Just saying IDK if you see the chat in real time, but it seems there's a delay. Not sure if you want it that way. I mean, there's just a little bit of a delay. It's definitely not as bad of a delay as I had before. I changed my chat source, so it's significantly better. I mean, there's just stream delay in general. It's something you just have to live with. Orcs, yeah, YT chat always had the delay. 3 Yolder plus 3 Tantu. Yeah. That would definitely be a comp to run. Because Yolders can take care of the Shinkas, and Tantus can take care of a lot of damage. Yolders can protect, so Tantus can put down the damage wells and unload Izanagi's Burden. Now, I wonder if we've received any new posts. Oh, we've got the pre-download available. Day 1 render for Gwyn. The Destiny Rising soundtrack is available. And the Wolf. I actually used this for my thumbnail. And these are some long tracks. That's... Wow. It's like a 14-minute track. Oh, wait, no, not a 14-minute. But still, that's like a 10-minute track right there. It will literally 1 bubble, 1 well damage, repeat like D2 contest strats. Well, actually, having multiple Tantus will be good because Izanagi's Burden is just the best single target DPS weapon in the game. So if you can get like multiple people who have Izanagi's Burden, that will be put you at a much bigger advantage for those DPS checks on day 1. Not necessarily. The thing is, I'm saying Yolder or Tantu for the final encounter. When it comes to the first 2 encounters, you will almost definitely want to run Wolf over Tantu, especially because of the way that those other encounters are designed. Like, Wolf is like really, really good at a lot of things. It's just that when it comes to specifically single target DPS, Tantu is a lot better, and there are also things like Shinkas that Yolder can specifically target because of her toolkit, and to another extent Gwyn can also target them. And Yolder has access to a bubble, which can help with survivability significantly. Who's the character you're going to go at for launch? Should I crutch on Wolf for a later character? I mean, if you are able to play Wolf and make him work well, he is definitely a great option. Okay? But something that I will remind people when it comes to Wolf, Wolf has a low skill floor and a very high skill ceiling. Okay? That means a bad Wolf will be like much worse performing than like a bad other unit, like playing another unit poorly. However, Wolf has a very high skill ceiling for his toolkit, so playing a Wolf very, very well can be better than playing another unit really, really well. Like, the strength of a character like Gwyn is that she has an extremely high skill floor, meaning that even if you play Gwyn very casually, you will get most of the effectiveness out of her kit. Bro, what is this name with 4 words? You royalty? Oh. Hello, Alejandro Ivan Mojica Valencia. Welcome to the chat. It really is nice to see how much of a glow up that this website has received. Got all these nice videos playing, showing off all the like most interesting parts from all the promotional material that we've received. I definitely want to get like a raw version of this image. I wonder if that's in the media tab right now, actually. Let's see. Images. Not yet. I guess I'll have to wait. I want Gwyn, but dual pistols felt kind of meh. It really depends on the kind of weapon that you get. If you get Concerto, those will feel a lot better than your just standard pistols because of the exotic perks. And characters can, like, how good they feel can be really dependent on the exotics that you have on them. What about Wolf's kit makes him super high skill cap? It has to do with just the way that he is built. He is... There's a lot of optimization that you have to work into his kit. If you want, like, some big examples of that, I can show, like... When it comes to my Wolf guide for the beta, there is information that changed. Wolf did have some nerfs, and we also do not know if the Satya Elixir grenade launcher will perform the same that it did. However, when it came to my clear of the expanse, my performance in this in-game activity was really, really dependent on my knowledge of each and every encounter that would be going up and exactly the moments and targets that I would need to hit with Wolf's abilities. I mean, wow, the bitrate is definitely not very well on the, or working very well on this video right now. I mean, I guess I can't really show it on stream right now because it's just chugging for some reason. I don't really know why. But you can check this out on your own time to see, like, just how optimally I was playing Wolf in order to get, like, these really, really, like, fast clear times that pretty much the only other people who cleared this in under 5 minutes in the beta had, like, fully maxed out units with, like, fully maxed out exotics or close to fully maxed out exotics. These two people who beat me by only a little bit had, like, several thousand more power levels than me. But the power level differences from Pang have been significantly reduced because of the talents, because those no longer give power either. But again, like, he's a very high skill expression unit. Is there hard light in Destiny Rising so I can harden my light with Wolf on it? Not yet. I am really hoping that we get to see hard light because that would honestly be really fun to use. I would also love to see Prospector, giving Wolf a, like, sustain DPS option. Probably buff stacking one mess up. Now you got a rebuff. Oh, no, you don't have to worry about, like, buff stacking on Wolf. There's just a lot of different things in his kit that you can optimize. Like, there's one thing called his Wolf's... I've got the exact name. But it's like this energy bar that when it fills, it will reset the cooldown on both of your abilities and give you an enhanced version of them. And so, time your abilities like really, really well to where you have extremely low uptime. Like you pop your debuff ability to debuff a target to then kill it, and then you get the reset for the very next target. And additionally, getting ability kills so that you can then stack up more of that energy to work towards those cooldown resets. Hello, do you know if we will be able to switch servers without losing progress? We do not know if that is possible yet. I personally believe that it likely won't be available on launch. They have not made any confirmation or denial of that feature though, so stay tuned, and we will likely figure out in the coming hours leading up to this game as other people try out with the other servers. The Wu Ming name drop is EOF makes me feel like the games are connected. Well, I mean, Wu Ming is Drifter. That was one of the previous aliases that he went by. New server, new profile, choose carefully. That's very likely what's going to happen. Shame I'm in Latin, but I know for a fact that the NA servers will be more populated with better players. It is something that you will have to make a choice on. Fire, are you going to play on Asia when it goes live? I don't really have any plans to play on Asia. I'm going to focus primarily on NA. Mostly because, like, when it comes to Asia, that's going to be coming out and I'm going to be going to bed shortly after. And at that point, I would rather just prepare myself better for the next day, for the proper NA launch, than just, like, overworking myself going on a server that I'm not even going to be maining. Does PvP take special time, resin, or is it something you can grind? PvP will not take any stamina whatsoever. I am Asia server. My server will be so densely packed it will look like a local Rick chain. Yeah, probably. I mean, honestly, it was pretty surprising for me to see just how many or how much attention Destiny Rising was getting in JP, because I didn't really see, or it wasn't in my personal perception, that Destiny 2 was rather big at all in Japan. So it could be interesting to see if Destiny Rising breaks the Destiny franchise into that scene. PvP is grindable, yep. Yeah, stage is like 20 hours before any. Yeah. Aegis, Sweaty, plus Whale, plus Sultan, plus Dooms. Bender. Yep. Also, I'd have to deal with the really, really high ping. I mean, obviously, there would be some benefits to playing on Asia as a content creator because it gets some stuff a bit earlier, but I think it would just be better to focus my efforts on the NA server specifically, especially with how much more social this game is compared to other gachas. It calls that it'll blow up in Japan like Apex did. I mean, I would love to see that. I mean, all this awesome art of the characters in this game, I would love to see it. There's this artist that I see sometimes on X who does like Art of Wuthering Waves. Like, I have it saved on my computer. If we get art like this for Wolf and the other characters in Destiny Rising, I would love to see it. Grindable is niche. Wonder if they will be rotating monthly Iron Banana like PvP event. I hope there is some PvP events like Iron Banner. That would be so fun to play in Destiny Rising. So what are my grinding plans day one? Well, I'm planning on going through all the quest content that I can complete, saving my energy, and then grinding the patrol zone, completing all the patrol objectives, grinding patrols and public events, because that is what was kind of the main thing that was available in the beta. I don't know how much content we'll be able to pick on day one, but again, like I said before, if it hasn't been announced change, or we haven't observed the change between the NA and the CN beta, then I'm expecting it to stay the same. Is Yolder coming in launch or a few weeks later? Yolder will be available on launch on the standard banner. You have a chance to get her, and after 180 pulls on the standard banner, you can guarantee to obtain Yolder or any other 5-star unit from the standard banner. Oh yeah, it's this track for the Realms of the Nine. I'm gonna turn this up just a little bit. Really looking forward for your guides on the characters when all of the dust has been settled. Yup. No, it's kind of really nice because we won't really need to worry too much about character guides until we reach the end game weeks later after the launch. And by that time, I will have a lot more experience with all of the different units to be able to properly give build recommendations for each and every one of them. Keep up what's going on in these other places. I'm still sad Estella won't be day one. It's who I really want to pull, hoping for an early 10-2, then Estella as soon as she comes out. Well, look at it on the bright side. More time you spend waiting for Estella, the more pulls you will have for when she comes out. I've got so many things to check and keep track of. What are your Destiny credentials? Have you played D1? I have played Destiny 1. I played Destiny 1 for about a year with the Taken King on the PS3. I didn't pick up Rise of Iron because I didn't get a PS4. Then later on, post Destiny 2 launch and post Forsaken, I got an Xbox One and started playing before Black Armory came out. I can pull up my raid report. So I fell off the game post Lightfall release, so you're not going to see very much up here, but down here, good amount of King's Falls, good amount of Vows, good amount of Vogs, DSC day 1, Root of Nightmares day 1, Got experience in all classic raids. Got flawlesses on Scourge, Crown of Sorrow, Last Wish. Didn't do Garden, because Garden kind of sucked. Kind of wish I did Deep Stone Crypt, because it had a really nice shader. Did Flawless Vow, and again, kind of dropped off there. Dungeon Report. Did Sundered Doctrine contests, because I got in for Heresy. Did all the other dungeons once, except for Ghost of the Deep, because I heard that one was bad. Got Soul Flawless Duality, got Flawless and Day 1 Grasp. Soul Flawless Pit, Soul Flawless Shattered Throne. Did Visage, Harbinger, 0 Hour, Whisper. Okay, yep, time wasted on Destiny. Time wasted on Destiny. This is my shame. Who's better, Tantu or Wolf? It depends on the scenario. If we're talking about purely single target damage, Tantu clears Wolf out. If we're talking about general use cases, Wolf will probably have more general use cases than Tantu. Alright. I gotta say, I got a really, really nice discriminator number. 5757. Love it. 3,000 hours across all characters, and this was from like year 2 to very start of Lightfall. But almost all of it is on Warlock, good amount on Titan, much less on Hunter. And I played a little bit of Destiny 1 recently. Right here you can see the different seasons that I played. Grinded a ton of Undying, grinded a lot of Season of Dawn. Season of Dawn was like my favorite season. Worthy, I was burnt out and fell off the game a little bit. Came back for Arrivals with a vengeance. Didn't play much of Hunt, didn't play much of Chosen. Came back with Splicer and stayed around for Lost. Played a good amount of Risen, Haunted, and Plunder. Seraph as well, but Seraph was really long. Defiance, and then it's just, I'm gone. I've left. And I came back for Heresy, and that was pretty much it. The only reason I'm level 58 in Reclamation is because I have popped in sometimes to play PvP with one of my friends. Oh yeah, and these are all the titles that I got. I used to be a title hunter until I fell off the game. So, you'll see a lot of stuff here. And, you know, I can pull up Trials Report too. Because I did a good amount of Trials as well. I never really pushed into like being like a super good character or super good player, but I was definitely above average. But I got 62 flawlesses and 5 flawlesses since Heresy. Good win rate, good, decent KD. Nothing special. And got some other good Crucible stats. Fighting line was... Plus item was definitely my favorite thing to do. Can't wait for Destiny Rising. Hope the grind is good. Refuse to log into Destiny 2. Yeah, that's probably a lot of people that are looking forward to Destiny Rising right now. Is it normal for emulators to have a little bit of stutter, even if my PC is amazing? You might want to change certain settings in the Mumu player. Like, perhaps changing your phone model. I could probably pull up the particular model that I'm using for my Mumu player. In device settings. This is the one that I've used. I don't even know if it's like the most powerful one available, but there are probably people who are like more in tune with this than I am who can help you better. So likely be best to look up a guide for that kind of stuff. I love this part of the track. Yeah, I've got quite the number of hours in D2. It was my favorite game for the longest time. And if I'm being completely honest, it probably is still my favorite game. However, that version of D2 that would be my favorite game no longer exists. So, yeah. Trying to use the Asus ROG Phone 9 model on Movement. Yep, definitely like look up some guides if you're getting, or if you want to get the best performance out of the emulator. I don't currently have the resources to help with that, but I can definitely research that and provide some much better guides in the future for specifically player settings. However, something I can suggest, something I can suggest is to look her up on the internet and also to ask around in the Destiny Rising official server, because there are likely some people there who would be able to help you out. Gotta turn this up. Can't wait to listen to this again tomorrow while I'm waiting. So if I understand correctly, the main character should still be good for the entire game, early game, and it's not a waste of resources. Yup, you will have to play Wolf throughout the campaign. So at the very least, if you aren't planning on playing Wolf in the end game, leveling him up until you're around like level 50 would still be good. Are PvP lobbies are separate between controller players and screen players? I don't know if there's any input-based matchmaking in the game currently. Okay, that could be different. However, I think it's open matchmaking. Okay, but again, speculation, don't know yet. In the beta, it was completely open matchmaking. And again, said this many times, if we didn't observe a change between the NA beta and the CN beta, and there wasn't a change announced, I'm going to assume it's going to stay the same. Some were concerned that there's advantage between screen taps and controllers in PvP. Okay, so I'm just going to say, if you want to sweat with your screen, like you use that claw grip, a sweat controller player will be just as good as a sweat input of any other play. Like, claw grip, touch screen, Apex. Like, this is a TikTok video. I don't know if it'll be able to play, but guess this is what you can reasonably expect. Trust me, like, the skill gap with touchscreen players is gonna be huge. Honestly, as a touchscreen player, you would probably want, like, to be around controller players more often, because, like, let's see, claw grip, expert. I guess this would be a Fortnite.
If you
clip.
hold your controller like this, it's almost impossible.
Oh, this is a controller clock. There's probably much better resources out there from just this initial Google search. Fact of the matter is, sweats are gonna sweat, no matter the input. And there won't be a significant advantage between, like, controller versus touchscreen. In fact, touchscreen would probably be better with claw. How responsive is M&K on Mumu for PvP? It is extremely responsive. I did not feel any noticeable latency between input and going into the game. It feels extremely good. No claw grip here. Got a backbone pro. I've been seeing a lot of people use their backbones and ask backbones. So really nice to see all this different stuff that people are making use of. But yeah, M&K was very, very responsive. If you were M&K player on Destiny 2 for PvP, you probably won't have any trouble swapping to Destiny Rising. And you can also rebind your buttons as well. Yes, there is aim assist, and there is aim assist for all input types. I believe the aim assist is stronger for controller and touchscreen than it would be for mouse and keyboard. Mouse and keyboard doesn't have like aim assist, it has bullet magnetism, and that also does include some projectile weapons sometimes. So it's a little bit finicky. However, something that I don't think has really been mentioned is the fact that there isn't any like there's like no penalty for shooting in the air. Like there's no airborne effect in the system or airborne accuracy penalty, at least not observable. So the movement game in Destiny Rising is going to be pretty huge. Man, stuff keeps happening. Is there loadout swap? JK, there weren't any loadout swap things in Destiny Rising. Bullet magnetism is referring to that moment when you shot clearly off the model, but the bullet... Yep, that is bullet magnetism. No, it's the first thing. Bullet magnetism is when you aren't aimed directly on the target, but the aim assist makes the bullet curve towards their body or head. How's my gameplay experience on Mumu? Any stutters and mostly smooth gameplay? All smooth. I had a like completely seamless experience. I had one error. Okay? I had one error when I was grinding through the Expanse, and it actually made it into one of my videos because I was kind of crashing out major. But yeah, almost zero issues whatsoever. And personally, I feel like having one error, like one fatal error, throughout my entire playtime during the beta, all of those weeks, is really, really good. Especially compared to, like, Destiny 2, when the game was, like, unplayable on Xbox and PlayStation for, like, half of the first week. But yeah, buttery smooth, no issues whatsoever. Highly, highly recommend, and it feels just as good as having a PC port. Yeah, it is really nice. Yeah, I can't wait to play either Stello 4NO. I am super duper excited for this game. I'm gonna have to make sure that I get the best night's rest ever tonight so that I am fully refreshed. I'm gonna take a really, really nice oatmeal bath later so I can help clean up my skin. And I'm gonna rinse all that off, nice and warm, tucked in on my little mat falling asleep with my pillow. Thoughts on glaives and swords as weapon archetypes in Rising in the future? Well, swords are already in the game. Fiona and Yolder both use swords. However, glaives I would really, really like to see. I feel like glaives would be a good primary weapon in Destiny Rising. They have already made certain special weapons primary weapons, like the fusion rifle is a primary weapon in Destiny Rising. And kind of functions like, what's it called? Final Warning, the hipfire of that. So I could definitely see glaives being a primary weapon in Destiny Rising. So we get 200 free draws. I wonder how helpful that will be, especially if I can save it for other characters not used to gacha games. Well, 200 free draws will definitely be really, really good. Okay, especially because there's no 50-50, so even standard banner draws will be very useful, especially with how good 4 stars in this game already are. How accessible will it be to farm exotics, or is that energy based? Exotics will primarily be energy based from what I saw and remember. You still will have a diminished chance to earn exotics, if I remember correctly. I think we can see the strike rewards here when they're talking about the Grandmaster difficulty. If I can find that. Okay. No. I don't see... I don't see exotic drop listed here for the strikes. Did they remove exotic drops from the loot pool for the strikes? Well, suppose we don't know at the current moment what the exotic situation will be. Will rerolling be necessary or possible? Rerolling is technically possible, but I would not recommend it. You will not get a significant advantage for rerolling compared to just playing the game normally and progressing your account. I wonder if Destiny Rising will work on your MetaQuest 3 if I sideload it, hoping Google services aren't required to play. I don't know about the MetaQuest 3. You would have to do your own research on that. How to push the reward level? So you will increase your reward level as you reach certain level thresholds as you progress through the game, and it will cap out at reward level 8 at max level for your account. Best unit to get? Most of them. Wolf is guaranteed. Yolder, standard banner. Tattoo, standard banner. Xuanwei, 4-star. Estelle and Gwyn, limited. A lot of them. Like, Umeko, 4-star. They are very, very accessible, and there is no shortage of good characters in this game. They all will have their own roles, and they will all have their own spaces in which they will excel compared to other units and may not excel compared to other units. Alright, well, I definitely feel like I'm needing to use the bathroom real quick once more. I will just be 1 minute. Ugh. I have returned. I hope I didn't keep anybody waiting too long. I wonder if NetEase is just goated, or has mobile games always been able to be like a real Destiny game, just no one has tried. This game def changed my opinions on mobile games. Yeah, mobile games have come a really, really long way these past, like, 7 years. They've really been pushing the hardware on it, and, like, there's very little distinction on what a mobile game is and what, like, a game is. Because honestly, like, most phones coming out today are better than, like, computers you would have seen, and maybe even consoles you would have seen, I don't know, 2 decades ago. Or even sooner than that, maybe 15 years ago. So, yeah, like, there's been a lot of change, a lot of improvement, and honestly, when it comes to a lot of mobile games, I find it more accurate to say that they're just multi-platform rather than just mobile. So you want to do storyline with dailies first, and after that doing all the other stuff. So I would say explore all the options that you have available to you during any current stage of progression. Patrol is definitely going to want to be something you're going to want to do, and leveling up your different area reputation. But storyline is definitely the top priority alongside with dailies. Is it too MMO role class restrictive, or the characters can do a little bit of everything, asking for the strikes and raids? All of the characters can do a bit of everything, and all of the characters will perform well solo, as well as in team. There are some characters who will have more team support, like Tantu and Yolder will both have more team support. However, they will still have access to all the same kinds of guns that a offense class would be able to have, like, if they have the same weapon types. I mean, Ningfei is an offense class and Yolder's a defense class. They both have SMGs, and they both can dish out loads of damage. Tantu's a support character, and he has the best single target damage in the game, if that really helps illustrate things. When the server opens, it depends on your area and what server you will be joining. For NA, which is what I will be joining, it will be at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, 12 a.m. Eastern Time on the 28th, and it will be 9 a.m. Pacific Time. So it's right here on their official X account. You can see all of the different time zones. So pick the server that you're planning on joining and convert that time zone along with the local time, 9 a.m. for each, into your local time zone. I was happy to see this game has been in development for almost 6 years. Oh yeah, they have been cooking a lot, and it really, really shows. Definitely have had a lot of vision going into this. This is definitely not cheap at all. There's a lot of passion that they've pumped into this. It really shows that they care. Oh, yeah, I guess 12 p.m. Eastern. Sorry. No. It's not tonight at 12. I misspoke. It's 12 p.m. Servers will be launching at 12 p.m. on the 28th, noon, Eastern Time. Yeah, 12 p.m. is noon. I apologize. Being a gacha, we're going to starve for resources eventually. In an ideal world, how are you leveling up Wolf and a second or third character? Well, the thing is that we will just be getting more resources and stockpiling more resources as we progress through the game. Early on, it's going to be really, really resource hungry because we don't have anything built and we don't have anything cleared yet. As we progress more and more, it'll be easier for us to gain more resources. As we've, gotten into that kind of routine, there will be more events for resources, and they will likely add more opportunities to obtain them in the future as well. So no one server get active before the other 3 due to times. Each server will have a different launch time. Some will launch technically sooner than others. Well, not technically sooner. The agent server will be launching the earliest out of all of them for their local time zone. And then we will progress until we reach the North American server launch, which will be tomorrow at noon Eastern. How wolf-like is Wolf? I mean, in terms of aesthetics, he's kind of wolf-like. I don't know how much personality. I guess it really just depends on, like, your wolf-like definition. Mold chips, especially high-end, are getting better to the point where you can play PS2, PS3 caliber games fully in VR, mobile architecture. Yeah, I mean, again, like, phones are getting massive in terms of their processing power. So much so that if you run a guild, you can become a pack leader. I guess. Yeah. AC good for a starter. Wolf, he is excellent for a starter unit. Okay, he is a top tier. At least he was a top tier in the beta, but I have full faith that he will remain a top tier at launch unless they just entirely got his kit, which I don't think they do. That would be way too far and would be extremely controversial. And I don't think that they want to shoot themselves in the foot. Personally, I think that they like good PR and they like money. Is the main character going to be worth building? Yes, the main character Wolf is going to be worth building. At least going off of knowledge from the beta, and I have full faith that he will continue to be good to build. Because he only got some very minor nerfs in the CN beta, and CN beta looks to be like very, very close to the launch release. Can you choose not to use helmet in mission? I don't believe you can choose to not use helmet in mission. There will be times where your helmet is off in cutscenes and in dialogue. I know resources will become more abundant. I'm just thinking over this next week before the raid. Are you just hyper-focusing Wolf +1 or multiple other units depending on pulls? So, the problem when it comes to the day one raid will not be the amount of resources we have available. It will be the level our account is at. Okay? So that will be the major deal, limiting our total power when it comes to our units. And I'm planning on bringing 2 different units into the day 1 raid. One for the first 2 encounters, which will likely be Wolf, and I will bring 1 other unit for the final encounter if I can get a really, really good DPS option on them. If not, I will likely still bring Wolf for the 3rd encounter. Is the grind going to be a pain in the butt? I'm just asking, don't worry. I don't think it's going to be a giant pain in the butt. Honestly, it's probably not going to be as bad as the Edge of Fate, being completely honest. But it's definitely going to be a bit resource tight if you're planning on maxing out a unit for endgame. Though you will not need to max out a unit in order to full clear. Oh, did I keep the quick bathroom break on the entire time? Oh my gosh. Win all 3 encounters? Yeah, you could run Gwyn all 3 encounters. Should be good enough in the roles in each of those. Almost been streaming for 6 hours now. That really does fly. Which starters are the best ones that you're able to pick if you are new? Well, Wolf is guaranteed. You get him for free. Xuan Wei will also be another unit you can get from an event. Guaranteed, for free. Those two are excellent units that I would definitely recommend building. Caber and Ikora, definitely more dubious on how good they could be. I will definitely be investigating on how well you can make them work. But beyond that, when it comes to the... Excuse me. When it comes to the 5-star units, any 5-star unit that you get from the standard banner will be good. Ningfei less good than the other two. However, he will still likely be good so long as you have a good exotic option on him. Regular Destiny players are used to the grind. I wonder, will we be able to handle it, or will the gacha system win in the end? Honestly, I feel like you guys would be able to handle it. Of course, we will obviously have to observe on launch, but decaying basic rewards are entirely removed, so the grind is saved. Okay, we won't have situations where we're playing through a raid encounter and getting 100 glimmer per completion. Because that was a disaster in the beta. Only thing I've always asked of in Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 is being able to use and personalize our ship, and I see it still isn't the case here, but I still have hope. Well, yeah, we currently don't have the option to use and personalize the ship because we currently don't have any ships in Destiny Rising. Right now, we are locked to the planet Earth, but hopefully, once we develop the city further, we will gain access to jump ships and explore all of our solar system and maybe even beyond. Why can't I find resources or resource pack on Mumu Player? I don't know what you mean about a resource pack, but I mean, you might find something that you're looking for searching up online. What's the difference with, or what's different with Destiny Rising compared to Destiny 1 and Destiny 2? Well, the one major difference is that you will not be playing a class and subclasses. Instead, you will be playing individual units. And each individual unit will function like a optimized character build, like you would see in Destiny 2, with being locked to 2 specific weapons, 1 primary and 1 power weapon. That is probably the primary biggest difference. Beyond that, there is a stamina system and basic rewards, with the stamina giving you significantly more rewards and refreshing daily. And there are some other weekly objectives that you would probably find similar to what you would see in Destiny 1 or Destiny 2. The gameplay minute to minute is very, very similar. I can't wait for today to be over, like, get dark so I can get to bed and wake up to Rising. True! True! Preach! Speak, brother! I seriously need this game in my life. But you all have made that wait just a little bit more tolerable. I thoroughly enjoy talking with you all here. Don't let Caber on Venus. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to make sure that he doesn't get got. Want to keep him around as long as possible. He's a pretty chill guy to hang around. The download center on the phone. Are you talking about the app center? Right here? Because you can just click Destiny Rising and, well, open. It will also take you to the Play Store. I'm having a hard time understanding what your particular question is. I don't mind dumping money in for rare characters, kind of excited to, but I hope new characters come out fast. I'll see how far I can get, or how far I can grind free to play. Yep. I mean, if you do, or if you are open to spending, I would definitely recommend getting some of the low spender options like the monthly subscription and the Battle Pass. Those two will provide the most value to your account for the smallest dollar amount. And getting those both along with completing other objectives should be able to guarantee you almost every character, if not every character in the game. What are your tier lists for Destiny, the Wolf, etc. in Destiny 2 for their build and stuff? Well, I have a tier list video on my channel already. That was for the beta. There will likely be some shifts in the launch of Destiny Rising, considering the large amount of changes and additions that we have seen. So stay tuned for that. That was my biggest concern about this gacha, grinding for a reason or diminished rewards. I want to grind for 12 hours and make progression. Yep, same deal here. What is the character with more similar playstyle to Grenade Spammer Warlock? Grenade Spammer Warlock. Let me think. Was there a unit that was like that in Destiny Rising? I don't think that we've gotten a Grenade Spammer style Warlock yet, but we will likely see something like that in the future. I mean, if I don't really know if I could even say any of the characters are similar enough to that playstyle to even recommend them. I've been extremely bored recently, just waiting for Ghost of Yotei Rising of Borderlands 4. Yeah. I mean, I was kind of bored for a little bit, waiting for this game to release, and also some other stuff like the new update for Wuthering Waves. And then it was just kind of like, oh yeah, Wuthering Waves and Destiny Rising are coming out at the same time. I was like, nah! So yeah, my schedule has become a lot more complicated. New units every other month. It should be new unit around like every 3 weeks, if not multiple new units. Because that's usually when the banner shifts. We could have situations where they rerun instead of releasing a new unit, so we will just have to wait and see. How much will this game change your life? I mean, considering what my channel's looking like right now, I think it has already significantly changed my life already. I'm doing so many things right now with this channel and as a content creator that I never expected to do, like, almost ever. So I'd say pretty significantly. Sorry, I meant the download center, that downloading the map and missions. So, like, on the main or title screen of Destiny Rising, I mean, should just, like, pop up right there as soon as you load up to the main screen. So if it's not up there, then it might have already downloaded. Also, I know you said it before, but what device do you have Mumu emulating? This is the device that I have. This Samsung Galaxy A52 5G. I don't even know if this is the best model to use for emulating Mumu Player. It's just the one that I had. It worked well with the beta, and I didn't really see much point in changing it. However, if there are more optimized settings out there, I would definitely look at those. Who will you most likely grind first in Destiny Rising? I will be most likely grinding Wolf. He was my favorite character in the beta and will continue to be my favorite character when the game launches. Hope to see some Solar Gauntlet, Grenade Spammers in the future. Those are my jam. Maybe we could see Osiris being like that, because he does rock the Sunbracers exotic. Hope to see our double banners. Yep, that is something we could see first, or see later. Is cross-save a thing? Because with a friend, we find out that the Ghost game doesn't have cross-progression between Mumu, Android, and iOS. Cross-save will be a thing in Destiny Rising. You just have to link your accounts between your devices using something like your X account, your Discord account, so on and so forth. How does D1 raid work? And are there special rewards for it? We will have a raid system in Destiny Rising. Each encounter will be its own separate instance and activity. Currently, at least going off of what we know from the beta, we could get future raids that are all seamless experiences in the game. And there are special rewards for it. There was an exclusive exotic for every single encounter in the beta and will likely stay that way for the launch. Road Destiny on mobile, it's just genius. The game is already addicting. I'm glad new people will be able to experience some form of Destiny. Yeah, especially with how like good the onboarding experience is for new players and how good the social features are. I'm sure there will be a lot more new people coming into this game than and like into this Destiny game than we've probably seen coming into Destiny as a franchise for a long time. Man, you're just getting started, bro. You're gonna blow up in like 2 weeks after release. I mean, I'm already blowing up, man. I was under 400 today. I'm now 450. It honestly still doesn't even feel real to me. But I am so glad, because if I can make a career out of this, if I can make money through this, that means I can just put all of my focus on Destiny Rising, on YouTube, and on the other games that I'm looking forward to in the future, like Inanta, and give you all a lot more content. And I can just continue to do the things that I love. And supporting the communities that I'm passionate about. So that would be like my dream right now. And you're all doing, like, your support has been so amazing for that. I deserve sub. Thank you for your sub and for your viewership. Okay, I'll be doing my very best to provide you all with the best quality content and information going forward in Destiny Rising. You're here for the ride? I'm here for the ride too. I am so excited and fully prepared for this game to come into my life. I've been passionately waiting and biding my time, and it's finally almost here. I mean, when that raid comes out, doing all those carries for that, that's going to be gangbusters. I mean, there's going to be so many people coming in just for that, and hopefully sticking around for the great guides and information and stuff. I got your first Destiny Rising sub. I am so happy. Honestly, I did a really good job cornering this Destiny Rising creator thing. It was like just left right there, and I kind of just picked it up and ran with it. I just want to shoot stuff. I got an entire holster for my phone and my PS5 controller so I can hold my controller and phones attached to it. It's dope. It does sound dope. We might even find Siva in Destiny Rising before Destiny 2. That is very true. We are in that kind of day and age. So, Siva Sword, I mean, Rasputin and all the other Iron Lords are already confirmed to be players in Destiny Rising. So, we could see a major plot line of that. Yeah, I think if Destiny 2 is more beginner-friendly, with better tutorials, etc., that'd be great. Every new player I'd played with Destiny loved it. It's just not beginner-friendly. Yeah. I mean, I tried to get a lot of my friends into Destiny around Witch Queen, but they just could not get past that initial starting grind. And especially with, like, how many objectives they had to complete. Honestly, a Destiny 3 would probably be the best thing for the, like, AAA developed Destiny. But now we've got Destiny Rising as a wonderful alternative. Alright, looks like I'm up to date on Discord activity still. Yeah, throw so much at new players at once. Yeah, I mean, like, you start a new account and then you get assaulted by, like, 20 plus pop-ups. And you haven't even completed the Cosmodrome yet. It's even worse when there's a new event going on. Oh yeah, completely without explaining. That too. Like, it kind of just goes, alright, here's how to do the runny jumpy shooty, and here's how to equip gear, and here's the vendors. Now, figure it out. Yeah. He really does have the Batman utility belt of gaming. Everything that he needs just right there. I just quit Destiny 2 after coming back to it after years, and man, nah, it didn't last. I didn't last 2 hours. Yeah. Honestly, that's been a lot of people, and I mean, if we, I was gonna say if we look at it, but I mean, honestly, everybody's seen the player numbers. It is not looking bright for them. Is Asia opening soon? Well, I mean, if we do UTC, yeah, UTC plus 8, or SGT, 6 a.m. SGT to EST. Yeah, I mean, Asia servers would be starting up in about 1.5 hours. So, any Asia gamers in the chat, your time is coming. I'm actually only planning on streaming for another 1.5 hours at most. Gotta keep my stamina up for this launch and the rest of the weekend. I wonder if there's been some new posts. Nope, not yet. Will there be banner exclusive exotic weapons? Nope, there will be 0 weapon banners. All weapons will be earned through gameplay. With the one singular exception being the Battle Pass weapon, which you will obtain by either leveling up the Battle Pass or by purchasing it instantly. The only thing that you will get from the gacha is characters and cosmetics. And like a minuscule amount of level up materials. No. Mythic is above Legendary, below Exotic. So, functionally in Destiny Rising, Mythic is the new Legendary tier. Never been this excited for a mobile game since Flappy Bird. Oh, how the times have changed. Yeah, mobile games are pretty huge and high quality now. It's really, really exciting to see just how much this entire scene has changed so quickly. So that battle pass weapon isn't obtainable if you pay, or is it in the free battle pass tier? So you can get it for free if you get like to the highest tiers of the battle pass, but you get it instantly from the premium tier if you pay. Yeah, you will be able to get it for free. It's just that you will only be able to, or you'll get it instantly if you pay for the battle pass. I'll check if there's anything going on the Destiny Rise server. There's some new stuff in the information. They updated that. It's good to see. Prepping up everything for launch. Yep, you don't have to worry about like any real paywalls at all for this game. And the real nice thing about the Battle Pass is that it's super cheap, only $5. And that's only a purchase you'd have to make every 2 months. And I didn't even read Fatal J's question, but I guess I just answered it. Are clans server exclusive? Probably. Nothing confirmed, but probably. And these have been farming Aura ever since Marvel Rivals. Let's see if they keep it up. I sure do hope they keep it up. Because we've got Destiny Rising, and I talked about and showed Ananta earlier. But Ananta is just another game that's going to be upcoming. And honestly, Ananta looks like the best anime gacha, period. At least going off of just everything that they've promised. And everything that they showed off. If they can, like, return on those promises, then Ananta is definitely going to be the best anime gacha. I'm gonna drop $100 every week. Well, thank you for keeping the lights on, Baffy is Dead. Me and everyone else here sure will appreciate you funding this game, as we will enjoy it immensely. And Arise 2, they did good with Arise, still playing it. Well, I'm definitely glad you're having a fun time with it. I haven't really kept up with that at all. I just heard that it was a game that existed when it came out, and didn't really keep up with it at all. Drink some more water. I might want to have to take a lozenge after I finish streaming. Throat's starting to get a little bit raw from all this talking. If I can run it on PC with Mumu, I can even use AI upscaling with lossless scaling to make the graphics look even better. Yes, you can. Do we know yet if changing servers can get you banned? They won't get you banned. However, you might not have the same progress between servers. In fact, I'd be willing to say they probably won't share progress between servers, but nothing has been confirmed or denied. But I can pretty confidently say that it won't get you banned. You mentioned account level a bit ago being a limiting factor. Is that just a time factor, not a grinding factor? So your account level will be limited based on your XP gain, and you will only gain XP through limited things such as the campaign progression and recurring things such as dailies and your energy. And these things will only come out on a daily basis. So there is a level of time gating like that, so that you won't be able to just infinitely grind XP to gain max level on day one. Tells you when you change progress isn't shared. Okay, well, there we go. Progress is not shared. You just want to get a device, or didn't want to get a device banned for playing launch tonight when mine isn't until tomorrow. Yeah, so you won't have to worry about bans. If they don't want people swapping servers, they won't allow you to swap servers. You just will have to cope with not being able to keep your progress. Enjoy the rest of your stream and day, Fires. I'll see you tomorrow on Destiny Rising of the game, and I'll be in your stream if your stream in tomorrow too. I will be streaming tomorrow. Okay, I'll probably be starting up around the same time that I did today, around 10 to 10:30. So be sure and look out for that. Hopefully we can change our account from server in the future, even if you can't seamlessly change servers. Yeah, I would really hope that they implement some kind of cross-save feature. At the very least, if we can't get a singular global server. You'll be here, have a good one, Goose Chat. I will see you later. Honestly, I'm kind of thinking about wrapping up the stream in a bit too. It's been quite a lot while. Over 6 hours. Do we know if there's voice chat in the game at all? Yes, there is in-game voice chat. How many people will use it? I'm not entirely sure. Being completely honest, I think it will suck if you move countries and can't keep your progress. If you want to swap server with better ping, yeah, that would suck. I definitely hope that they implement some form of cross-save or save transfer in the future. The official Destiny 2 in my chat, what? Okay, no, it's not the official Destiny 2, it's Death Gamer Kid. Hey, aren't you in my server? Or, wait, no, you've been in my comments. What's up, dude? How's it going? Long time viewer right here. You super excited for Destiny Rising? Think it'll be worth it to account reroll or just accept what you get and work on progress? I would definitely recommend, against rerolling. If you are really, really hell-bent on rerolling, go for it, but I wouldn't do it more than like once or twice, simply because it will take a while and rerolling like that will burn you out, and especially because account progress will matter significantly more than how you start out with your account and what 5 stars you get, especially with how good the majority of the characters in this game are. It's very, very difficult to get an extremely bad start in Destiny Rising. At least compared to what may be considered an extremely good start. Might have to do the ancient sleep time skip method. I'm gonna go to sleep and wake up just in time for release. Nice! That's what I'm planning on doing too, though I will probably wake up significantly before that time because I am a morning person. Thanks for the stream and answering questions, Agent. Really helpful. Have a good stream. Thank you very much. And I will definitely be seeing you next time when you come back, hopefully tomorrow. But if you're too busy playing Destiny Rising and having an amazing time with that to tune in, I would definitely understand that as well. Just be sure to tune in for the guides when I post them. Is there a character I could start with that I should just reroll, or are they all that good? The only character in the game, like the only 5-star that I'd say is not as good as the other ones is Ningfei, but systematic changes have definitely benefited Ningfei a lot between the beta and launch, as well as new weapon options. So he could be a lot better than he was prior. Tantu and Yolder are both the best options, I'd still say, overall, because they have a lot of team support. So, but with the amount of standard pattern pulls you're going to get, you can guarantee both of these units later as well. Is there a tier list on the best to worst characters focused on PvP? Not currently. Not currently. We didn't really get very many opportunities to test PvP in the beta due to the limited player pools. So that will definitely be something we refine a lot more when launch comes out. When you played the beta, did you experience touch controls at all? If so, how was it? Controller/keyboard need? I didn't play with touch controls at all. However, the people who did play, they said very many good things about touch controls. Okay. If you're playing on PC, I wouldn't try using touch controls because you'd be clicking on a screen with a mouse. But you wouldn't have to swap to a controller or M&K as opposed to touchscreen on mobile. What do you mean by reroll? Rerolling your account in a gacha game refers to starting an account and deleting and creating a new one until you get a really, really lucky start or the characters or materials that you would want from the gacha. And Murky also helped answer that. Thank you, Murky. Well, I think I'm going to wrap up the stream here. For anybody who still has any questions here on out between now and the launch, I suggest joining my Destiny Rising server. I have a forum channel specifically for asking questions right here, and you can also feel free to access or talk about it in the open chat as well. Be sure to have the channels that were listed there in your followed categories, and that's really the best thing that I can say when it comes to asking questions and keeping up with my channel and Destiny Rising going forward. And you're going to be watching Tiff's video later tonight. Thanks for your time. Yep, thank you for your time and watching and your viewership. Are there more classic Destiny exotics or original ones? There were some like D1 exotics in Destiny Rising, but significantly more Destiny 2 exotics. But we could probably expect to see more coming later. But again, as I was saying, I'm wrapping it all up. Thank you all so much for watching. If you enjoyed this stream and are looking for more, be sure to subscribe for more content and to join my server to make sure that you keep up to date with everything to do with my channel. And be on the lookout for more videos coming in the future for this game. As